Been fishing for 3 months. Should he see a doctor?
Top of the morning. Top of the morning.
Say fuck them niggas that you game with. That's just how I feel. Nah. $8 might just make that lane switch. That's just how I feel. Nah. $8 might turn to $1 million and we all rich. That's just how I feel.
Dreams of living life like rappers do.
Like rappers do, like rappers do.
Bump that new E40 at the school.
Way at the school, way at the
You know, big ballin' with my homies. Bro Stevens had us thinking rational.
Chi è Playhead Dishonored.
What up, chat? I've not played Dishonored.
Ah!
Dude, we don't have much time left on this microphone stand. I actually can buy a new one now. I might. Hang on, Glorp's here. I'm having problems with my microphone stand as usual because one piece went missing and you can't buy it again. But it's alright, we're good. There's too much going on. That's never the case on this stream, actually. There's never too much going on. It's actually always the perfect amount of stuff going on. Can we do Zomboid tonight? I need to finish Joe Biden. I need to make Joe Biden finish. I'm gonna try to get another ending and love Joe Biden tonight, and then we'll do Elden Ring. Have you seen the YouTube channel for Danica Patrick? She's done every interview with every right-wing grifter in existence. What the fuck? Danica. What the hell? How we doing, by the way, chat? Let's get Biden's goo. Why are you saying that? I was never even talking about that. That's all you. That's all chat talking about Biden's goo. Okay? I was talking about ice cream. Joe Biden loves ice cream. Been balling to New Vegas. Nice. I gotta get back into New Vegas. I wanted to go to real Vegas for my birthday this year. So before that, I will get back on my New Vegas grind. P Nation, stand up.
P Nation, stand up.
Thank you, Clouded Films, for the 4-month streak. A Up Molly, thank you for the 3 months. We're still over halfway to chat picking my next tattoo. That's what the goal is. Chat is gonna pick the next tattoo I get, what it is, where it goes. My birthday's in September. You know, I'm very proud of how this stream has grown. I only started streaming again back in May after like being gone for almost a year. And we still average like 250, 300 every stream. We got a good community here. The Discord's over 600 now. We're halfway to chat picking my very next tattoo. I'm finally getting another tattoo. Everything's coming together, chat. So happy you're back. Thank you. Yeah, I needed a break for sure, but I'm glad I'm back. What strain are you smoking? I don't remember. It's called like Justice or something. Wise Boyo. TwitchCon hype. Thank you for the 3 months.
Twitch con hype, Twitch con hype, Twitch con hype, Twitch con hype, Twitch con hype.
I can't hear anything over this alien. Sorry, chat. Glorp is really loud. Anyway, how are we doing, chat?
Don't be rude.
Yarn from Space, thank you so much for the Prime. Chad is desperately trying to get me to get another tattoo as fast as possible. We have a hype train going. Thank you so much. Thank you. When are we getting to the goddamn freaky stream? Give us the freaky stream. Was that not last night doing all my nice voices for Joe Biden dating simulator? Talking to a fucking furry? And Joe Biden?
Trans and I'm gay. Logan Paul is my savior. KSI
The new
is
Captain
my
America
favorite.
movie is going to adapt Sabra?
I want to watch Lil Nas X.
We'll talk about that.
I like what's on the trending page.
What's the next goal?
Is good. Beat my meat.
The next goal is
Lock
freaky
me
stream.
down. Inject me. Inject again. I'm
Alexa
gay,
that.
trans, and I am boosted. Fauci is my savior. Hillary is woke. She-Hulk is my favorite movie.
Dude, speaking of She-Hulk, and also speaking of, someone mentioned Sabra, this literally was just on my subpage. Yuno Miles reacts to Captain America Brave New World. Why did he react to the Captain America trailer? That's so random. It's hilarious. It's really funny. It's just so random. Shout out Yuno Miles. Opinion on gay people? Not a fan.
Wilson. Thanks for coming in.
God damn it. Harrison Ford has been stick bugged. What did he mean by Hillary is woke? Dude, ask him. I didn't fucking say it.
Impressed with our capital. It looks like shit.
I don't say shit that's that stupid.
I thank you for the invite, sir.
I just make
I
fun
have
of
to
it.
admit, I'm still getting used to the new look. They said lose the mustache or
My audience hates the MCU.
lose the election.
Why is Harrison Ford still acting? Money. Money, 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 money.
You and I haven't.
I don't know though. Like, how are you gonna be like the most paid actor on an MCU movie 6 years before your death? Like, how long does Harrison Ford genuinely have left on this earth? He's
Oh,
so
yes,
old, and he
agreed.
did so many drugs.
in the past. But I want to make
Just
another
go.
run at making Captain America an official military position.
It's almost like an anti-war movie. That's kind of why I like it, but I'm not gonna watch it because it has an Israeli actress in it playing an Israeli character. Harrison Ford is dying on camera. The theory is that Harrison Ford is not Red Hulk, and it's actually Giancarlo Esposito. And here, I think Harrison Ford's not really gonna be in the movie. He's
if we
82.
did-
Get him in the White House.
Disagree on how to manage a situation. Then what happens?
There he is.
Work with me, Sam.
Dude, what is his haircut too?
We'll show the world a better way forward.
Yuno Miles is just here, I guess. He's dead. Like, if it was literally just a movie about, like, what is going on at the White House in whatever circle, I'm reading the subtitles, whatever scenario is happening here, like this scene, if the whole movie was just this, I think it would be good.
The circle's been compromised. You can't see that.
Like, whatever they're doing outside of the White House and, like, a presidential assassination while Captain America becomes a military position, that's, like, everything else is not interesting.
You don't want to.
Yeah, January 6th in the MCU.
Global power is shifting. You're just
Did you hear Glub Shido made a new commentary video about you? Glub Shido. Peethan, more like Poothan.
Peethan, you have no room to talk smack about others when your only accomplishment was acting as a minor role in the 2023 movie Valari Platinum. This video was a Glub Shido production.
Another video about me, chat. Yet another.
Peethan, you have no room to talk smack about others when your only accomplishment was acting as a minor role
He's
in
right.
the 2023 movie Valari Platinum. This video was a Glub Shido production.
Glub Shido fucking got me again. Welcome to my commentary channel where I talk about soy boy lib SJW cuck leftists and how stupid and weird and gay they are. Fucking got me. Thank you, Glub Shido. Your next video will do me in for sure. Enter. That's the character, by the way. This is supposedly Sabra, the Israeli superhero. I'm unsubscribing.
You may be Captain America, but you're not Steve Rogers.
Dude, I don't know how.
Not Steve Rogers.
This looks like shit, man. This looks so bad. This is, I think, the most... This has got to be, like, the most recent reshoots, right? The right is ending, Beathen Online. The lighting. I know, dude. It's, like, the most obvious studio indoor lighting I've ever seen in my life. You could see the green on him reflecting from the green screen. So bad. See, I hope... This is awesome. I love seeing the White House getting blown up in media. Deserved. It looks green screen. It is. They reshot this movie 5 times, chat. This movie was supposed to come out like 3 years ago. He threw the shield at the White House. Blow it up. I hope that happens. I hope Red Hulk throws Captain America's shield and it blows the White House up like that.
You're right. I'm not.
Yeah, Yuno Miles is listening. I like that. I'll say it. A Captain America that can fly is fucking sick. But they did put a mask on him for the posters. Sucks that it actually doesn't look bad. It actually looks like the first decent MCU project in a very long time, and I'm not gonna watch it. Butt poop ass, have a good day. Thank you for the 4 months. Spielbarrow. And there's Red Hulk.
All right, man. So look, after
They made woke Hulk, chat. They're gonna make the whole rainbow. First red, then they're gonna do orange. They already have green. MCU is too woke. Captain America with the ability to actually rival Iron Man like Steve Rogers always wanted. Not necessarily. But yeah.
all right, man. So look, after watching the trailer, bro, I kind of see like we might be in for something. I'll be honest, bro. Listen.
Yeah, I mean, even Yuno Miles is like, this doesn't look bad.
I don't ever write no movies off, bro. I never write a movie off until the second movie. I ain't gonna lie, I give it 2 movies.
Until the second movie.
So look, I'm giving this movie
Okay, that's so funny.
2 movies, bro. I believe strongly in this, bro. So I ain't gonna lie to y'all, bro. I really want to see it get out the hood. I'm trying to see the new Captain America make it out the hood, bro. I feel
That
like
was Sabra, by the way. That's her. She literally looks like a fucking demon. White demon. What did I tell you? This is the white demon face. Israelis do it all the time.
good, bro. I feel like
Israelis do the white demon face more than like Americans do.
I feel like we got it, bro. So
Trans
with
color
that being
flag
said,
Hulk. Trans flag
Marvel,
color
you doing your
Hulk.
thing. Keep going, bro. I like this trailer. I really see a lot of story in the future, bro.
You know, Miles
we
is
really
awesome.
don't know what they got planned, and we just kind of just here at the moment. So let's just go ahead and wait, and let's see what they got planned before we judge anything. But I speak for all Marvel
Like,
fans.
the trailer doesn't look bad. If it's about, like, someone assassinating the president and trying to take over America, and Captain America has to deal with, like, fucking logistics and, like, fight America to save America or whatever. It's a very Captain America story. But I'm not fucking watching it because it's got an Israeli asshole in it.
It's right
An
here when I
actual
say-
propagandist for the IDF is in this movie. I'm not fucking watching that. What do you know about Israelis? 60% of Israelis are from other Arab countries. That's not even true. But I was also just joking
say this
about, like, Israeli demon face or white demon face.
Drop the movie, bro. Drop the movie. We tired of waiting. Drop the movie, please. Just drop the movie, bro. We're not waiting no more. Drop the movie, bro. Bro, my dog. Man,
He said we're not waiting no more. Just drop the movie.
get far, bro.
That's funny.
Bro, y'all remember Dog from 8 Mile, bro? Bro, Dog from 8 Mile. This dude.
No, I don't think they're a
he
shitter.
Captain America, y'all. I ain't even noticed. Why y'all didn't tell me, bro? Y'all just told me today. So you telling me he went from 8 Mile to Captain America? I gotta do something in my life, bro. It ain't no way he went from
When this dumb
8
movie
Mile
drops, I think I'll watch The Matrix instead.
getting cooked by Eminem to Captain America with his own movie. I ain't gonna lie, yo. I gotta get my life together.
No, I mean, I think Sam Wilson getting his own movie called Captain America is fucking awesome. But still got an Israeli propagandist in it. You know Miles? Yeah. You know Miles is pretty cool? Yeah. He is cool. Sam Wilson deserves better. I agree. I fully agree. This actually looks good except for Captain Israel. Yeah, literally. Lex had a banger tweet. Caitlyn Jenner from 2023. She messed it up. She spelled it wrong.
Captain Hamas.
Captain Hamas. That's so funny. This is the vibe of the new Eminem album. And it's true. She's so right. Everything about this. She sent me this reply that she got, though.
Be smart and leave the internet like Ethan.
Yeah, I left the internet.
At least Nick apologized for being scummy.
Yeah, dude. Everyone loved his apology, too.
Better yet, do both.
Do what I want. Do everything I want. Leave the internet and apologize. And then links a video with nothing but facts in it.
You are shameful for this.
Being a victim will never give the person the right to talk about it, I guess. Nick's making videos again? Good for him. I don't care. I post and tweet all the time. I've literally posted more this month than I have in, I think, any month ever. Like, I've been working really hard to make as many videos as I can and, like, really rediscover a love for making videos. And it's working. I'm actually, like, happy. But Lex's reply is really funny. If we ratio this person, they'll probably delete their tweet. They almost always do. Must be an Eminem fan. Really upset about how,
Society fan replied to that, by the way.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Actually, they look like they're calling you out for the scummy shit you did, unrelated to Eminem.
You notice how it's never specific, by the way? You are shameful. Being scummy. What does that even mean? Scummy shit. When you have no argument. When you have literally zero argument and you just want to dislike someone for no reason. A quick check of your replies and I'm perfectly happy you dislike me. Uh-oh. Dear Twitter, stop force feeding my feed with political BS. Thanks and fuck off. Yeah, maybe at Elon Musk on that one. What if Oscar asked that shitter out for tacos? What, like he tried to do with Lex? Because he's a desperate loser? No more political BS. I only want porn on my Twitter timeline, please. I'm so glad you're around, Princess P. Your streams are the best part of my day. Thanks, Star Ren. That's so nice. Yeah, nice up dog. Sorry, that's Lex's at. Nice up dog. Very nice. Very up dog. Yeah, he was like, you're kind of cute. Tacos on me. No riz, bro. That's why he's a lonely little loser that only makes videos about me. Everyone follow Lex up dog. Porn only thing Twitter is good for nowadays. All right. We should watch some Sensitive Society? No, we shouldn't. We shouldn't actually watch the worst YouTube channel of all time. Should watch more Glub Shitto, actually. You're gonna get at the same level of content. Except Glub Shido is funny. Finally catching a stream. I'm so glad I haven't been able to for a while. Thanks to the forestry system. Shout out. The entire forestry system. Shido only has one video, unfortunately. Real and true.
Cancel me, cancel me, cancel me, cancel me, cancel me, cancel me all you want, cancel me. Yeah, why cancel someone for their stupid opinion? Simple. Go ahead now, cancel me, I don't care.
Bruce Jenner, Bruce Jenner, Bruce Jenner, Bruce Jenner, Bruce Jenner, Bruce.
That's Eminem's new album. I watch these streams on the clock. They can't stop me if they don't know. Boss makes $1, you make a dime. Shit and watch Twitch on your company's time.
Cancel me, cancel me, cancel me all you want, cancel me. Yeah, why cancel someone for their stupid opinion? Simple. Go ahead now, cancel me, I don't care.
I don't care. Go ahead. Go ahead, do it. I don't care. He sounds so congested. It's a bit. It's like a genius character to do while you're just like trolling online. It's literally all of my haters.
Cancel me, cancel me, cancel me, cancel me.
Is chat designing the tattoos? No, chat's gonna pick from some examples. We're gonna vote. We're gonna vote on where it goes, and we're gonna vote on what it is. But I have to do some nominations. Chat will have input on what is nominated though, as well. So he sounds like the calc voice. I think it's the same guy. Dick tattoo? Is that where or what?
Cancel me, cancel me, cancel me, cancel me.
The guy that sent me that last, the Sensitive Society fan that sent me that last hate message without the profile picture is mutuals with one of my not safe for work art friends that draws like hyper cock Amy Rose and like Sonic the Hedgehog and like all these other like big boob like fucking like hyper art, like hyper furry art. These are the kind of people that like they're on their side account that they goon on.
I told you. What else do you think he was saying when he was like, "Dear Twitter, stop showing me political BS on my timeline. I'm trying to see hyper giant dick Amy Sonic Hedgehog porn.
I'm trying to see Wave from Sonic Riders with the giantest and no hate on their art. I actually really like their art. But it's the fact that like they're Sensitive Society fans and these people. Yeah. It's like, how does that even mix?
The biggest gooners of all time. Hate gooning.
Yeah.
Bizarre. Solid Snake gay sex tattoo. Yeah. I'll do that. Thanks, I'm not vegetarian for the gifted sub. Total of 30. That's crazy.
I should start telling my mutuals to block these guys, the ones that I'm close with. Be like, hey.
True.
They've had their porn privileges revoked.
Yeah, oh my god, you can tell their favorite porn artist to block them. That's so insane. That's so funny. Glorp tattoo, that'll be an option. I don't want it to just win outright, so I almost might do it separately.
All these people that are using their Gooner accounts don't even know that I'm like mutuals with these people.
True.
Because they think I'm like an OnlyFans whore instead of all of my internet. My username used to be Princess Yif, y'all. Before... My username used to be Princess Yif. I used to draw porn all the time for a living. And I'm friends with so many people online for like a decade. And all these gooners are like some of the most reactionary people online. And they like all my friends' art. And some of them like mine.
Whoa, that was like a laser beam I shot out. Somebody screenshot that.
That was pretty good, actually. I'm glad you cleaned it.
Yeah, I cleaned it. Pringle Boy is just yelling at me now.
Someone said take their porn. Put the cum back in their balls.
Happy birthday.
What the fuck is this?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear friend. Happy birthday.
Who's Jake?
To you and many more.
Yeah, porn blockade. What the fuck was that? Frank Gallagher, Rick Grimes. I thought it was Weird Al for a second.
Happy birthday to you.
This is Asmongold in 20 years, if he keeps any of his hair, which he won't.
I don't know what that was, Pringle Boy. Someone put down Pringle Boy. Agreed. No, Pringle Boy's links are always the most insane. It's so funny. Yeah, candle titties. Berry Bear, thank you so much for the gifted sub. 72 total. God damn.
Did you see what I liked on your TikTok?
No. You liked something on my TikTok? My Tic Tac?
Where are the girls that are just super laid back?
Where are the girls that are just super laid back and chill? Where can I find this?
The first thing on my For You page.
I love your For You page.
Where are all the girls that are awesome and chill, please?
Cancel me.
Oh, you like some other
So
shit.
this isn't.
We live in a.
This is just my likes on TikTok.
This is it.
Oh, I saw this. That's so funny.
You gotta do that with a picture of yours. You can bump your stream that way.
True. Oh, they took the sound. The wizard sound is gone.
No, all of his videos are ruined.
Oh my god, they fucked up all of his videos.
I kinda feel bad for him.
That actually really sucks. What? He fell over.
My avocado's going bad, so
This
you
is
know
one of my
it's
mutuals.
time for some mediocre guacamole recipes and sauce. I've got the tropical kind.
Jordan's very
but it'll
funny.
still turn
Jordan
into guac, I'm hoping. No onions, but these turnips should be fine. I hope my jalapenos aren't
He's
that
a father, and I think it's so
I'll use the
apparent in all of his
pork 'cause I don't
comedy.
have real limes. Now this is mediocre guac, I've only gotta have the ingredients. But I'm lazy, so I'm eating it. The regret's almost immediate. But at least I didn't waste that $1.50.
I don't know where the fuck he's getting avocados for $1.50. I don't know where he lives. but-
Diet Coke.
Now
You live in New Hampshire.
for real, when you live in Virginia or some shit, I'm literally just going through my TikTok likes now because I don't even know what's in here.
One of the
I barely
worst
use TikTok. This is already back from April.
things that you can put in your body.
We do not care.
This dude is insane.
Push up, bitch. Push up, bitch. Push up, bitch. Push up, bitch. I let the Draco hit, bitch. I won't miss shit. Chop a hollow tips. I got big grips. Extend the mag, yeah. I got a
We do not care. Dude, he drank all that Diet Coke. Yeah, he definitely stops liking it.
She wanna fuck, make it suck, dick. She suck it. Oh my god, she really nasty, so nasty. Bottle Louboutins and
Do something like this for your next sub goal. Not the next one, but yeah, fish tank full of Diet Coke. I would try it. How is he not dead? He's not happy.
Push up on that nigga at the motherfucking red light. Pussy boy, type of shit that we gon' enjoy.
Harvey, he's real. I promise.
If you like to use cucumber to apply on your face, you can try this cucumber mask peeling
This is
machine.
not real.
Peeling cucumbers like peeling a pencil. Easy to slice, thin and long, and the skin on the face is perfectly fit. The effect is very good. The remaining cucumber can be eaten. It's great. Shohong Shu.
What does that mean?
Great. Shohong Shu.
What is any Chinese speakers in chat? Anyone know that? Or is that like the name of a brand or something? It's great. Totally not AI.
Once again, it's time for real or
This is Weird Al.
cake.
Oh, 2 months ago?
Real or cake? Real. Real or cake? Real. Real. Real or cake?
Oh, God.
Real. Real or cake?
That was scary.
Real?
He bit his hair.
Yeah.
Oh, that was scary.
That was crazy.
I wish I could do some shit like that.
That's awesome. That was a really good prosthetic. Damaged Al. Punished Venom Al. Joe Biden is the president.
President Biden, you are set to expire next year. Let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern.
What's happening? This is the first presidential election. President Biden, what do you say to black voters who... I cut them in half. You have 49 seconds left.
Oh, there's already captions.
Thank you. President Trump, you've vowed to end the world.
Big chunkus? There's never been anything like it. So let's get that straight. Hamas. I funded them and got them all funded.
President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump, President Biden.
The fact is that...
Thank you, President Biden, President Trump.
The fact is that I have the biggest heart on right now, but I won't say that.
That is simply not true.
I gave him an unbelievable suck job. And it was a disaster. The suck was incredible, but he couldn't come. He wasn't able to come. I call it Biden come.
Mr. President, thank you for doing this.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Are you the same man today that you were when you took office 3.5 years ago?
No. I mean, yes. I mean, excuse me. I'm not going to answer that question.
Mr. President, your age has doubled since 2020.
Same thing happened in 2020.
I know you spoke with your doctor after the
age
debate.
has
What
doubled.
did he say?
They said I'm gay.
And I'm not disputing that. What I'm asking you is...
George, I'm gay. That's what this is about.
Distinguished guests, the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
When do we get to the edit?
Thank you, Mr. President. How are you?
I'm well. Look, the fact is that... Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Look, folks, Vice President Trump, excuse me, guess what? No, that's not true. That makes sense? Anyway,
Oh, no.
Look,
9.
this is ridiculous. And I might add,
And each anyway is a complete, like, derailment of his initial point and a flub of the actual question. Remember that. It's not just him saying anyway. It's him completely forgetting his spot and starting a new sentence because he doesn't remember where he is. Rachel Maddow said this was a good performance.
Virtually nothing. Look, anyway.
This concludes tonight's press conference.
So,
Thank you, everybody.
When I said Joe Biden's campaign had a week left after the George Stephanopoulos interview, I'm not 100% incorrect. Because it seems pretty consistent among the Democratic Party that Joe Biden is going away. It's just a matter of when. I do not think a single person in the Democratic Party is convinced or feels any better. Nancy Pelosi has still not endorsed him, really, which is important to remember. I think they're going to play the smart move and fake them out. You're going to notice, I think, coverage about this and those like leaks that were coming out of the Biden campaign, I don't foresee any more of those happening. I think things go quiet until after the Republican convention, which I think is, what, August 12th? They're going to let the Republicans have their entire fucking convention talking about Joe Biden this, Joe Biden that, and then they're going to switch him out. That is the smartest move. Where's he going? He's going to the home. He's still stubborn and campaigning like he's super energetic. We'll see what happens. The Republican convention is going to happen. And if they let Donald Trump go on stage and talk about Joe Biden, Joe Biden, Joe Biden, swap out Joe Biden for a better candidate, which is literally anybody at this point, Donald Trump just wasted a fuck ton of time at the most attention he'll get in his party
Ground news says
until the
Bernie
election.
Sanders is siding with Biden staying in office.
And
How
that
could you,
is a
Bernie?
very, I think, powerful tool in this election, is the ability to allow Donald Trump to waste time in his campaign. Donald Trump is an unpopular candidate. Donald Trump is a bad president. People don't want him. I don't think the DNC would abandon Biden unless he willingly steps down. They're pushing him to step down and will not let up.
I'm so sad. I saw a twerking Gundam on my timeline and it disappeared.
Oh.
If anybody sees a twerking Gundam,
Please show me to me.
Show me to me, please. It was a real one. It was like a little model, and somebody added
That's
a
awesome.
booty to it, and it started shaking, and the booty was shaking.
Show me to me, please.
I'm so heartbroken.
Dude, I saw this. I think it's a joke. Eminem dropped 17 songs at once. Crazy shit. No one does it like him. 17 songs at once.
I found it.
She found it. Show me.
Guys, I gotta take off my head. Or here, you guys gotta hear the sound. So here's the sound of it.
You send it to me. Where is it? On TikTok?
On TikTok.
That's called an album. Yeah. This is sick. Oh my god, dude. He's busting it open.
You see why I was so upset. It's like one of the Nikki games, the anime gun girl game. They do that when they shoot.
This needs to be a feature on more figures, I think.
This should be an alert.
Yeah, true. I'll bookmark it.
Make this one of your sub alerts.
I will. Opinion on Weezer? I watched a bunch of videos about them. Weezer's fine. They're a little corny. It's corny to be, like, hyper fixated on Weezer. I mean, that's, like, how you're perceived. It's not my take on it, but you look silly for that, I think, in a lot of cases. Blue or Pinkerton? I'd say Pinkerton musically. Pinkerton's lyrics are just weird as fuck. And have not aged very well.
I gotta go to get my stuff.
You gonna go? Okay. Love you.
Love you.
I have to pee. My parents love Weezer. That's fine.
Pee? I can sit.
Oh. Lex, you talk about Weezer for a second.
I will not. You'd have to kill me before I started talking about Weezer, y'all. I'm not that white. How are y'all? Hello. I'm about to go pick up. I didn't like my birth control. I've been getting the generic, and I was like, this shit's making me sick, and I felt like shit for like half a week already. So I told my pharmacist, I'm like, y'all gotta get me that real shit, and they were like, okay, but it's like across town. I was like, that's fine. So I gotta go, but it'll take like an hour to get there and back, so I probably won't be able to do anything today. So you guys probably will see me much later. I got stuff to do when I get back. I should be responsible. I just like hanging out on stream with y'all. I should stream though. I wasn't reading any of chat. I was just yapping. How are we? I'm looking. Hey Lex, can you watch this? Oh my god, what is this? What did you send me?
I sent you more. Being married or being single? Which one frightens you more? Being married or being?
What? Can somebody send me something else before he gets out the potty? Too late. Send it to him.
What?
Send me some weird shit.
No! Holy shit.
He died! I did that to you.
Damn.
That's how we met.
Yeah, true. Someone stop Gus. It's too late. It's such a funny song for that. Dennis Prager has opinions about the Minions. Minions opinions?
We know
the minions, to say the least. Right? Most people
Bye,
do.
Legs.
Despicable Me. 2010, you know it and I know it. I remember the first time I saw it with the boys, and I remember saying, okay, they're yellow, which is fine. I have no issue with that. I don't believe there's one person in this room who thinks skin color is important. Anyway, all we know about minions, of course, it's all predicated.
I wish it was a little clearer that he did say minions. Minions. Should have built the towers out of this. God damn it. They would have literally left. Given up. Goodbye. They went for the Pentagon instead. And then 3 planes hit the Pentagon, which I think then would have actually solved a lot of the world's problems. They called 9/11 a tragedy when I think it was really just like a... Epic. I think it was just a little misplanned.
Miscommunication.
Like, they should hit the Pentagon. That's good. That's kind of inarguably a moral thing to do. Yeah, huge W.
Bye.
Bye. It went boop. It was just a misunderstanding.
Yo, dude.
We watch this almost every week.
The dog on Family Guy.
The dog.
The dog, Brian?
Yeah, Brian.
Man, stop playing for real.
I'm playing, man.
Brian's dead?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Brian's dead.
Oh, guys, we have a couple of Cybertruck updates, by the way. Cybertruck's bed vault is raccoon-proof. I wouldn't exactly call this fucking raccoon-proof. The raccoons seem to have obliterated the plastic. I guess they didn't get in there, sure. But what, you gonna get that fixed? That looks expensive as fuck. They destroyed that shit. And then look at this. That's all fucked up. It's not even just the bottom. They like really tried to get in there. A regular car is actually raccoon proof. That car back there, you'll notice no evidence of raccoons chewing through any of it. Yeah, just buff that out. They really went after it. Dude, can you imagine if it was a bear? God, don't put shit in there if there's bears around. Don't put fucking food in there. What was in there? I don't know.
He couldn't have been too impressed with our capital. It looks like shit.
The steering wheels have input lag. I didn't see this. Holy. So awesome. This is why we don't do steer by wire, by the way. This is why it's like not necessary or good or useful. Why is this person's bio say uncut, unvaxxed, unprofitable? Oh God. And they're a crypto guy. That hurts my head.
So if you're gonna flip houses and just like paint everything white, the least you can do
Home Inspector TikTok
is replace the fucking air filter. You got these nice cool windows down here.
Ugh. My throat's all fucked up.
There's not a window anymore. It's exterior door. It's the basement entry. Doesn't latch.
Get a Cybertruck tattoo.
Alright, it's exterior door.
Yeah, at 1,000 subs, you can actually you can petition me to get a Cybertruck tattoo, and that can be one of the options.
It's the basement entry. Of course, they put in a bunch of new wiring and then left this fucking double tap in place. Why wouldn't you do that?
It can be one of the options.
This beautiful claw foot tub. Look at these claw feet. Look
Won't
at
even
these
be funny.
shins.
I'm not just gonna get a Cybertruck tattoo. I'll get like a busted Cybertruck or something. It would be funny. Can you do your John Taffer impression? Do I have like a famous John Taffer impression or something? Like, what do you mean? Have I don't feel like I've ever done one. Have I? I can't even think of what he sounds like off the top of my head right now. Oh, yes, yes. I feel like I have done a John Taffer impression before.
Rubbery, it's not cooked right. Look at this. How was your drink, Payne? it's just beer alcohol. When
Red
I look
rum
at
tattoo.
this, do you
That's
deserve
T-Pain?
to succeed?
Oh, shit.
No. So you deserve to fail.
So you deserve to fail. I hate John Taffer.
These shins, what are they doing?
He's one of those guys that also believes that there should be no minimum wage.
Even, what is this here for?
Because business owners will do it. They'll establish a market wage.
Plumbing setup here looks so good. They did such a good job making this look
Holy
professional. I figured out why it's got the shims.
John Taffer at a marriage counseling show? I know.
What those are for? It's because
John Taffer is a conservative? Yeah, he's a capitalist. He's a business owner. He goes on Fox News all the time. He's hilarious. He's like genuinely a stupid man. It's so awesome. He's like so stupid. He's just stupid and angry. He's literally like what people think a stereotype of Gordan Ramsey is. Because Gordan Ramsey has like nuance to him. He treats service workers very well. He's like got a lot of working class solidarity because of his background, even though he is a capitalist billionaire, millionaire, whatever. And he screams at the owners. And he screams at people who fucking like gouge wages and take tips from their servers. Like, he has a sense of justice that's valid and good. John Taffer is like, John Taffer is literally a Karen. He's just a Karen that has supposed business advice. Because literally, I mean, any of these shows is like, yeah, don't drop the fucking wings on the floor and then cook them again. Yeah, John Taffer, thank you for your fucking expert advice. Maybe you actually have to have profit before you have a business. They never thought about that, and they needed him to tell them that for Bar Rescue. Kitchen Nightmares is the same fucking thing, by the way. It's like, Gordan Ramsey, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how my business is failing. I'm serving microwaved lasagna to every customer, and I just don't understand. And charging fucking $40. Like, it's always that. It's literally every single time. They have frozen dog shit food served by underpaid, miserable staff. And the solutions are to make the food and pay the staff. Every time. It's always that way. He goes into the kitchen, he finds years old fucking rotting moldy food, and he's like, look at it! Touch this! Smell it! You look like you haven't slept in days. No, I have bags under my eyes because of PTSD. But yeah. The fucking Kitchen Nightmares is always that way. Gordan, my customers don't like my overpriced frozen food. Why am I not making any money? Gordan Ramsay slander? No, that's literally how it goes. I love Kitchen Nightmares. I'm also high. But yeah, I love Kitchen Nightmares. It's like my favorite show. But that I've seen every episode, and that's how I know. That's how I know it's exactly like that. It's so funny. And yeah, John Taffer just yells at anybody and anybody in the room and doesn't have any like discretion or really like credit or like background. He's a fucking business owner. He's literally the kind of guy Gordan Ramsey would yelling at other people. And he's a huge piece of shit. I only like Bar Rescue because I like watching him be a huge piece of shit. He's like a terrible person. Kitchen Nightmares is at least like somewhat nice and like enjoyable on a human level. Bar Rescue is like, it's like hell to me. It's fun, but it is like a miserable like glimpse into how the service industry works. Anyway, I want to see this. This house is insane. He is evil.
There's all this beautiful old looking hardware.
You wonder if there's John Staffer x Gordan Ramsey fico now 3.
I don't want to know, actually. He's like, look at it! Touch this! Smell it! That's my Gordan Ramsey impression. It sounds perfect. Impeccable. Send that to Gordan. Get me on MasterChef Junior. Hang on, guys. Warning, this clip contains strong language. He loves...
Smell that shit!
Dude, he fucking threw it! Okay, my rules on how Kitchen Nightmares works is exclusively about Kitchen Nightmares America. Kitchen Nightmares UK is very different, and he's also way meaner.
Smell that shit!
He needs to do that more.
Smell that. That's gone. Smell that.
Dude, he loves it. I think Gordan like genuinely fucking loves smelling disgusting old food. He loves touching it and smelling it with his raw hands and face.
Can't use these guys. Jesus.
He puts it like right up to his face.
We can't use
every
these guys.
time. Dude, look how close. He's like touching it. The meat is literally in his nose. Bro. Just like meat. Gross, dude. He took this chicken and was like, yeah, man. Yeah, that's bad. You can find out easier than that. Old raw chicken. I said /J. Yeah, watch what you say. Maybe I won't read that.
Jesus Christ. Smell that. Smell that. Shit. Smell that.
Smell that. Everyone smell it.
Smell that. Shit. Smell that. Smell that.
I honestly, like, part of me thinks it's literally a power move. They just do what he says because he's, like, the chef in the room. They can say no, and he was, like, I guess, fine with it. But it is literally a power move. Like, smell my hand. After all that, nasty chicken touched it. He is the guy.
Brings it back and freezes it. Can you smell that?
Yeah, I can smell it from here.
Just smell that.
Dude, why did you do that? I don't think they usually throw up on this show. And if they do it, it's like he'll do it in the bathroom.
In place of contamination. They've gone.
Dude! You don't
Just smell that
need
for me.
to do that.
In place of contamination. They've
You don't have to smell it like this. This is the bear. I haven't even seen that show, but it just seems like it. Yeah.
They've gone.
He literally like touches it.
What we call a cowboy.
He loves
and
it.
Pork chop.
Dude. Every time it literally has to like touch his face.
Smell that.
No,
It's starting to turn.
It makes everyone else smell it that close too. You don't. You could smell it before it gets that close.
This is ground beef.
I don't even want to think about
How
that.
old are they? Jesus, it's all gone. Just
Of
smell
course
that.
it is.
It's gone.
Stop, Gordan. What are you doing? This is absurd. This is so like Don't hold it out over the fucking floor. Swinging it around. Smell that.
They. Jesus, it's all gone. Just smell that.
He's just genuinely fascinated by the smell. I think he does, like, he wants to, like, metabolize and memorize the smell or something so he knows what bad food smells like. I think it is genuinely, like, hone his senses as a chef. But God, is it just so insane to watch.
It's gone. It's sour.
Fucking hell. Just look at that. It says a king shrimp.
It's a black tiger. Tiger.
Fucking hell. Just smell that. They've gone.
Not yet. No, they've
Not
no.
Really?
Yeah, they're still fresh.
Cut the bullshit now on this one. That is green. This is fresh kale.
It's always his raw hands, too. His bare hands.
Oh my God. Smell the fucking thing.
9 times. Smell that. Yeah, Gordon. Yeah, it smells bad. I love Kitchen Nightmares. We should watch more. Skibbity Sigma Gat Poopy Gat. Not Poopy Gat.
Why, yes, this video is 12 hours long. We have a lot to cover, so we need to keep things concise. Star Wars has a great deal of lore to analyze. Over time, the history of its universe has been modified.
I think Star Wars is, specifically the Star Wars prequels, are the, like, biggest piece of media that the more you analyze them, the worse they are. And the, like, less enjoyable it is. At least for me. Because the prequels are built on, like, popsicle sticks. Like, the fundamentals of those movies don't make any sense and actually contradict everything established in this franchise for the most part. But, like, when you really think about it, it's all kind of lame. Like, the lore in the prequels sucks. Oh, no cursing? Thank you for reminding me. Timer 10 minutes. Yeah, I'll totally watch Gordan Ramsey on stream. Smell it! I've seen every episode. I love Hotel Hell. That's one of my favorites. Epic playlist. Roblox girl face farting. Watch Dr. Donna.
Problem is, you're the problem is you're
Joe Biden? Tell me what I'm diagnosed with. Am I safe? You have lost your mind typing this nonsense in my comments. Hashtag move along. Holy shit, Dr. Donna.
thought it'd be interesting.
Wait.
Here's a question for you. If you cringe every time their number appears on your phone screen, why do they still have your number?
Fuck, I swore. Sorry. Reset timer. This is Dr. Donna, chat.
That's like some medieval torture device. There's a furnace and
Here's a playlist with all the Kitchen Nightmare episodes. Thank you. I don't think I'll go into that today. Hey, streamer, watch this on stream. Looney Tunes The Ductators 1942. High quality HD. From Classic Comedy Channel. Is this a bot? Hey, streamer. Watch this video on stream. That is ominous.
I am not a bot. Why did you just randomly link this? Like, I'm assuming it's the, yeah, it's the Donald Duck Hitler thing. Yeah, something produced by by American animators in 1942. Gotta be racist. You already knew it? Yeah, bro. It's called the Ductators.
And there's some ducting.
Hey, streamer.
But it doesn't come into this room, so we have a cadet. Couldn't just punch out a little slot in one of these and bring the forced air heating into here. No, let's just put in a cadet. The roof looks so
Berry
good.
Bear, thank you so much for gifting them a sub.
Look at all of these beautiful. This is like straight up crocodile right here.
Ew.
Oh.
Oh my god.
And this chimney.
This roof. Dude, was that built in fucking 400 BC? Jesus Christ.
Oh. Everybody's got a little bit of a lean, right? Oh, the siding like looks so good. Looks
Oh, I
good.
swore.
You know, the shake is in.
Reset timer. I just like completely didn't even pay attention. Reset timer. Leaning Tower of Pizza.
Pretty good condition until you look.
This is the one, Chad. That just means this is the one. Bro forgot.
Oh.
True.
Okay.
I did.
Well, at least there's a double thick layer of it. The landlord special doorbell here.
Nice. Yeah, just paint right over the doorbell. So awesome. Thick as F, too.
This basement wall here.
Not the landlord doorbell.
Is just a sheet of plywood with some vapor barrier over it, and then all of this fill.
Does it even work? Probably not.
Also, you know, there's...
From experience, growing up in a lot of houses like that, probably not. I had so much land. I moved around a lot as a kid. I never had, like, the same place to live until I was in high school for more than, like, 3 or 4 years at a time. So I stayed in a lot of landlord places like that.
Total lack of support on a bunch of
Why no swear? Is this a Christian stream now? Yes. Are we the same person or something?
concrete blocks.
The only working class YouTuber.
Normal, cool, good stuff. The main water
I'm kidding.
shutoff is leaking. Over time, it's going to fall onto that thermostat, onto that outlet, and then onto the electric heater. So you're going to the bathroom in the middle of the night and you hear something outside.
Landlords stink. Landlords have the stench of hell on them. Sulfur and fire. That doesn't count as a swear because that's a place. I'm talking about the place. It's not a swear, it's a place. It's not a swear, it's a geolocation place. Does not count brimstone and fire.
All you do.
It's real, so it doesn't
is
count.
You grab your fucking beater.
It's like saying Michigan, not a swear, unless you mean it to be.
And then you head outside, you can check and make sure you're safe. And then when you're done, you just wipe the blood off, and you just put it right back.
I remember my mom desperately asking for more time to the landlord to make rent. I remember thinking if I eat less, she won't have to buy more food. Yeah. I remember thinking about that for both of my parents, and they didn't even live together. It sucked, man. What, the Michigan? Epic landlord community? You did not just link me a landlord subreddit. Is this actually true? Love for landlords. Landlord rights are human. This has to be ironic. Yeah, this is ironic. Shout out to our boys in blue. HOA enforcement. This is ridiculous. Long live Chairman Mao. Woman shouts as she decapitates her landlord with a samurai sword for raising her rent. Raising rent is an insane concept that we have very much normalized. As a person of money. That's so funny. What is this? Is this AI?
What am I looking at right now? Mississauga landlord crams 4 beds into 1 room at $600 per person. $2,400 for 1 room in Canada. I guess that's Toronto? Yeah. Oh my god, dude. It's just pure greed. And it's allowed. Jesus. The level of obesity fetish, I think, that people who generate AI images seem to exhibit is a little disturbing. Just on a separate topic entirely. Family Guy compilation.
He's coming tomorrow.
Dude,
Like,
it's
great.
12 hours. That is crazy. I literally got into an argument earlier today with my dad about how he wants to defund the Board of Education because I'm not using it anymore. I never used it. Why do I have to pay so much money into it? Yeah, ask him that about the military, which takes actually 10 times more, if not literally 100 times more of his money than education ever could. You never use that. You will never use that. I promise. Same with fossil fuel subsidies, especially with how high gas prices are. Again, way bigger percentage of his taxes. It's literally what I did, and he said we need that because of China. That's a delusion. China doesn't have an offensive foreign policy like we do. Show him the map of the U.S. bases literally encircling China. And try to get him to think that we're actually doing the defense right now. Yeah, ask him if China is attacking us.
Chairman Mao, please save us.
And then be like, why? Why would they ever do that? Is tonight Metal Gear? I'm going to do Elden Ring and Joe Biden Dating Simulator before that. If we have time, maybe. A little late on the rent topic, but my cousin pays $3K a month for half an apartment in DC. Oh my god, dude. Washington DC has been so neglected. Just like historically, but especially as like I talked about it the other day. We literally had like 5 days of talking about like Washington DC and Puerto Rico statehood before Joe Biden was elected, and then never talked about it again. It's villainous, dude.
He couldn't have been too impressed with our capital. It looks like shit.
Chinese kindergartners can dribble basketballs pretty well. Yeah, they're not going to be doing that for America to, like, colonize America. China wants nothing to do with Kansas. What I think the last 20 years has really demonstrated in terms of, like, America-China relations is China is really good at letting America fumble itself and letting America create the opportunities for, independent Chinese businesses to destroy American infrastructure. The government doesn't even have to do it. The Chinese are coming for our Walmarts. There's the first Costco opened in China. They are literally just becoming better America. They are actually doing capitalism better than we are. More accurately than being a communist country. Have you seen the Insane Hate sketch just making way for making... Oh, God. I was thinking SNL for some reason when you said sketch. The Insane Hate against sketch just for making gay OnlyFans content. I talked about it. When it happened. I swore! I hit the bong and I swore. I think there's a method to this madness. Reset timer. They ain't toxic. They just damaged. Did I actually swear or did someone lie to me? S-word? Oh, okay. Epic video. Not. Worst of Pride.
Why are we clapping?
Okay. 3 seconds in.
Okay. I'm not even that religious, but America needs God. Yeah, what do you think they mean by that? Why does every, like, wannabe commentary trad wife look like they were raised in captivity? You see what I mean? Who is this girl? I don't know. Looks like a grifter. Misha Petrov. Why are we clapping?
Why are we clapping?
I mean, there's an answer to that question. You actually don't want to know the answer because you're dishonest. I hate grifters so much.
Some hair regrowth on my marshmallow wand.
So that traumatized me.
Pan or buy or...
Wow. What is going on? Is this just like the preamble? You're just like blazing through these. You're getting traumatized by someone literally just saying hair regrowth.
Hair regrowth on my marshmallow wand.
So that traumatized me.
Pan or bi or trixic or homoflexible or gray romantic.
Because I didn't use the right pronoun, they are forbidding us to get on the plane.
Because I didn't use the right pronoun, my child will not be executed. It's a preview.
It's Misha, and welcome back to my channel. So June is ending, which means Pride Month is almost over. So sad. So I thought we'd
Girl, you look like a fish.
do a little bit of a recap and take a look at some woke LGBT videos. Before we start, please make sure you are subscribed and have hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of my videos.
Hi, I'm Ty. My pronouns are they, she. Oh my god, cute dress. Oh, thanks.
It's this easy, chat. It's this easy. You sit and you watch gay TikTok in July and be like, Pride Month is over. Owned. 91K.
Sending my videos.
Hi, I'm Ty. My pronouns are they, she. Oh my god, cute dress.
Easy mode.
Oh, thanks. Amber Lee, look at his dress. Oh, you mean their dress. Oh, whatever. Whatever. Come on, it was an accident. Okay. Ow, what the f***? Oh my god, did I just hit you? Yeah, whatever, it was an accident. Oh, accidents can hurt, huh?
I love how you put the caption, victory. Yeah, that was such a victory. You won. You acted like a toddler with your little temper tantrum because someone misgendered you. They didn't say they.
You realize this is not a real situation.
With your little temper.
You're acting like this is a real thing that happened when it is not a real. This isn't real. Does she know it's not real?
The caption, victory. Yeah, that.
Like this. That's not surveillance footage.
That was such a victory. You won. You acted like a toddler with your little temper tantrum because someone misgendered you. They didn't say they when you're obviously a man. Plus, the person said, "Oh, it's an accident."
What is a man?
But then you
a miserable little pile of secrets.
Proceed to physically assault them in this little skit that you've made. So
you physically assaulted them, bro. Calling someone else a toddler while being just a perpetual tattletale teacher's pet.
You physically assaulted someone.
Yeah, let me tell you what the kind of people who watch your videos do. Let me tell you what transphobes like to do. You guys hear about the 14-year-old that was murdered and dismembered? The 14-year-old trans girl? Remember that. Trans people are so violent. The world that trans people live in and the world that, like, conservatives live in are just not the same. And it's because it requires a level of delusion to maintain transphobia. You have to, like, be out of sync with reality. It requires it. This is just a grifter. So whether or not this is actually her real brain or her money brain talking, because, again, the easiest way to make money as a mediocre white person on the internet, literally, is just be racist or homophobic. It's instant cash. I mean, we literally saw someone get, like, go trending just because they said the N-word. They went trending and viral. Hashtag viral. Her name was Polly Likens. Yeah. But, you know, someone got physically assaulted in a sketch by himself.
Physical assault is the same as misgendering now. And it makes sense why.
What? Pearl Davis from Wish.com? Yes, literally. Misgendering is the same as physical assault. You heard it here first.
The argument that no one made.
So, physical assault is the same as misgendering now. And it makes sense why they want to do that.
Analogies are real. It's raining cat and dog. That means it's literally raining cat and dogs outside.
That's why they want to make this sort of comparison, because they want it to be a criminal offense. They want to throw people behind bars if they don't use they, them.
That is not a platform for any person. This is delusional, hyper homophobic paranoia. Take your meds, woman.
Them made her
damn.
a fair. It's the same as causing a
I swore. That yeah, literally
injury.
Jordan Peterson. They feminized him, cloned him twice. Reset timer.
Because your feelings were hurt. Because you're so mentally unstable that someone not using they, them pronouns is like a slap in the face to you. Right. So,
Dude, there's a lot of things I could say to her that would be like a slap in the face to her. Just because it's something that you don't relate to doesn't invalidate it. I mean, enjoy bigot world.
once again, that's a you problem. Go to therapy, figure things out for yourself. That is no one else's responsibility.
We're not talking about responsibility. We're talking about courtesy and, like, kindness. You can be an unkind, miserable, angry, bitter person. But acting like you're normal, or that's, you know, even how, like, society works. Like, politeness is part of American society. You can literally oppose that if you want, and you just have to be honest about it is the thing. And yeah, again, we're talking about a fake comedic skit made for queer people, by the way. And then this, like, straight white demon, literal white devil, shows up and is like, this is physical assault. She doesn't understand what hyperbole is. It's intentional. It's willful ignorance. She goes, la 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 la, I don't hear you. Until she hears what she wants to hear, which is the point that she ends up extrapolating, right? They want to put you in jail for using the wrong pronouns. That's what that, I guess, person was saying, according to her. Like, less than 2 minutes in, and I know so much about this person, and I know that they're very stupid. For the sake of grifting, I don't know if she's being stupid on purpose or not, but she is being really stupid.
So
Eating some saltines, yeah.
she's responding to this comment. Can you explain your pronouns in your bio? We/us? I'm very curious.
Yes, I'd be happy to. So, I have slowly but surely been identifying less and less with she, her, hers, which were my pronouns for years. And for a while, I was like, I guess they, them, theirs, whatever worked for me. But
I think a lot of every conservative does this. This is literally just like looking at libs of TikTok and making, oh my God, I was like, dude, I was joking. It's literally the easiest grift in the world, dude. This is literally tutorial difficulty for YouTube. You go on libs of TikTok who literally just posts like this person on the screen posted a TikTok about their personal identity and how they specifically identify, and that has been used. I said fuck? Okay, I give up. Fuck to no swearing. That literally gets extrapolated to encapsulate the entire LGBT. It's every queer person is this now. And there's also like, you can't do that. And there's also, you know, this like ideological motivation to bully an individual person under the guise of like talking about multiple people. You're talking about one person. You're talking about one person.
I've realized that we're all so inherently connected that what makes me feel most validated is when I and when others.
Like, how many views did this have before libs of TikTok posted it? Literally, it's like reading someone's autobiography about being gay and then being like, this is what all gay people think. All this extrapolating. Because that's what it is, though. There's mental leaps. It's called mental gymnastics. But there are leaps in logic that have to be taken for her points to make any sense. when you actually look at what she's doing at face value, this is not an actual argument at all. You're looking at someone. You're looking at one person.
Use us and
intrusively and exploiting what they think and taking them out of context.
ours and we. Like, I love that.
Okay, but how is your pronoun we/us?
I love that for us. Like, instead of I love that for you, like,
What do you mean how?
I love that for us.
You know, that wasn't the worst one I've seen. At least she has a sort of calm demeanor, right? She doesn't...
At least she's not so uppity. But I still hate her for the things that she's saying and her, you know, personality or whatever. It's like, you're a despicable person.
Seem like she's gonna be comparing misgendering to physical assault.
What is wrong with you? Oh my god. You're like so sick in the head, man. Like, for real.
Maybe, but I'm being optimistic here. But that's her right. If she's a we us, just don't force other people to use that.
If I called her he him for the rest of the time that I watch this video, which is not anymore because I'm bleeding, I think my brain is bleeding, do you think that would be like normal to do? Do you think people would understand? Like, that A, would be confusing, B, would not be accurate, and C, might hurt her feelings. Not that I particularly care about hurting this fishbowl's feelings, this cracker. I literally don't care. But I'm also trying to be, like, factual. I thought conservatives cared about facts. Taste of his own medicine. Like, if someone tells you what your pronouns are, you don't get to say no. You don't know better. You literally don't know better than them. Just not how it works. Misha Petrov, you are a man now. Is cracker a swear? Don't take that from me. I don't misgender people for my own selfish, like, ideological, like, agenda or whatever. That's weird to do. I just stick with the facts. And what someone tells you their pronouns are, they are. Is there a Trump rally tonight? Oh, yo!
Tell me what the crowd was doing. The entire crowd just
Let's
went
get some
down.
hogs in
Everybody
here.
was covering themselves, just trying to stay safe.
I have to leave, but it was nice being here.
I did
Thanks
not.
to Forestry System. Shout
I
out.
went down.
He got rushed off the stage? Wait, really? No way. Wait, what? There was a gunshot? You're effing with me. You're literally effing with me. Gunshots? Get out of here, cracker! I didn't hear him. What? This is a bad tweet. Stop! They almost got him? No! They missed!
I really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Whoa, there's more! Four minutes ago? They missed!
Elden.
Trump pulled out a Cheesecake Factory menu at today's oh no, it was a couple days ago. No way, dude.
I'm not even totally sure what we saw. It seemed like Mr. Trump got shot in the ear. We saw bleeding behind his ear. Yeah, behind the ear. Yeah, I believe it's left ear.
Dude, they missed.
But it could have been when they tackled him to the ground too. So I don't know. I couldn't tell for sure if he got hit. But
Yeah.
sure
That would be funny if they killed him by tackling him.
Yeah, and there are people in the stands that appear to be Grace as well. A couple people in the stands in that left corner.
Yo, other people got hurt?
We believe.
Oh, it was gunfire for sure. Yeah. And
At least 3 shots.
The shooter's probably dead.
Yeah, people were saying that the snipers got him, but he's in the woods.
He's in the what?
Yeah, that's what we got.
Somebody try again.
Elden,
In Minecraft.
if you want to really see something
No way.
that said, take a look at what happened.
It looked like he got grazed. Joe Biden, you're fired. What did I just join into? Trump was shot, I think. Do you think it was Antifa? I think it's more likely it was a right-winger. I'm going to be real. I think it's more likely it was a deranged Nazi or something. Literally. They hit his ear? Is that confirmed?
He had blood by his ear. Motherfuckers.
They better kill that guy that tried to shoot our president. He's a, all the fire. Somebody got hit in the stands. We were like right over there. I don't know what happened exactly, and they caught somebody behind.
They better
got
kill him.
Whatever they were doing, but they got somebody behind there. Huh?
I can't believe they missed.
I just seen them all around somebody, and I tried to take a picture, so I don't know how good it is.
Is it a picture of the guy?
No, I just have a picture of them had somebody on the ground.
They say that Trump people are horrible.
Holy shit. And they say Trump people are horrible.
I mean, I tried to take something. I don't know.
It could have been
Let's
literally
hope
anybody.
Another Franz Ferdinand situation in Minecraft.
No.
I heard all the gunshots ringing out.
Bo Chops, thank you for the 4 months.
What I saw was that he got up and he raised his hand. A lot of people were ducking, but I stood straight up because I knew the gunshots were in the distance and they weren't pointing it at me. Well, I was hoping they weren't pointing it at me. My thoughts
This is
were
live, chat.
that it was
This is at the
probably
rally. I
an
think they're just
inside
leaving.
job
I think people are
because
dispersing.
Somebody getting guns into this venue.
He was supposed to announce the VP, yeah. It was going to be JD Vance. That's why, well, he's in Pennsylvania, but he was probably going to Ohio next.
What did you see specifically?
Why would they
I
point
heard
it
the
at you?
gunshots. I saw Trump go down, but then he got back up, and there was 8 to 10 shots that rang out that I heard.
What's your first and last name?
Mark McAvoy.
How do you spell your last name?
McEvoy.
He's going to sue the... I can swear now. He's going to sue the fuck out of that venue? No. I don't think that's relevant. Shinzo would never.
Thing that said, take a look at what happened.
He went down.
He definitely got hit, I
Then he
think.
got back up.
He flinched. It must have grazed him.
Yes.
I mean, because you guys lie about fucking everything.
What?
Where are you guys from? NTD. I came all the way from Maui, Hawaii for this.
MTV.
All right? Because the people of Maui, Hawaii have been forgotten.
Oh my god.
This is a day that'll go down in infamy. A day that'll go down in infamy.
Dude, every conservative's going to have their fucking moment. I love this.
Shame, shame. Shame. On the
Are the
people
shots
that forgot
confirmed? They are
Lahaina
confirmed.
And the people that are going to
Multiple
ignore this. And
gunshots.
that man up there in the green shirt that's been laughing the whole time that this is going on. Take a picture of him. Take a picture of that man in the media that's been laughing about this.
Awesome.
Laughing about a man that just got shot. And maybe another person, a citizen.
Hey, I feel bad for the Trump hogs that were there that may have gotten grazed or got hurt, but I do not feel bad for Trump. He deserved to get his head blown off.
I'm told a man was shot over here, all right, several times. They carried him out. Now, was it the shooter? I do not know. It appears the shooter may have been over there.
I think they did kill the shooter as well. So multiple shots were fired. I think a couple people were hitting the crowd from what it sounds like. I hope the bullets are okay. The shooter was killed. Ronan. I know. Ronan's a Trump voter. He's really upset. His ass is not from Hawaii. No, bro. He is from Michigan. He lives in Hawaii.
He went down on the stage. He was down for a while. All right. Now, I don't
Only
know if they were
blood
just
in
telling
the
him to
ear?
stay down.
If he got grazed, it makes sense.
Some sign that something happened to him.
I don't think it's staged.
And then he gave the thumbs up sign. He gave the thumbs
He
up
gave a
sign.
thumbs up.
He left here. He looks to be in decent health. He's going to survive. And this will be the shot heard around the world.
Oh, no.
All right. This is the shot heard around the world.
Where was Kyle?
All right.
Chris
This
Kyle?
was not.
Oh, no, Rittenhouse.
This was not a lone. This was JFK. It wasn't a lone shooter.
Oh, God.
All right.
This is not JFK.
Do your homework. Do your homework.
It's not the fucking CIA, dude.
Oh, There's a lot of stuff going on in the world right now that doesn't make sense.
They're about to start killing people,
My
bro.
name is Patrick K. Joyce. I live
This
in
is crazy.
Lahaina,
I can't
Maui,
believe they
but
fucking
I'm from
missed.
Schuylkill County, Pennsylvania. Joyce.
Everyone in your media personality never knew.
I would give you my personal telephone number, but I better not do that. But
Don't do that live, brother. They need to try again in Minecraft. They literally fucking formed a turtle shell around him. Why are all these guys doxing themselves? Because they're nobodies and nobody cares. This is in Pennsylvania. I bet a riot will start. There's going to be demonstrations of some kind for sure. There's like a huge volley shortly afterward.
You see something that said,
They made a foreskin around him. He definitely got hit.
take a look at what happened.
He's not dead though. God. I think once he got surrounded. So that's not the sniper. Was the shooter getting killed confirmed? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they did get him. Oh, okay, I don't know if they killed him or if they... I think he's... Okay, I actually don't know. People keep saying different things. Some people say they killed him. Some people say he was caught.
Barack Obama. That's my reaction.
Hello?
It's Obama. No, they steal everything. They cheat, lie, and steal.
Obama!
They do the work of the devil. That's who they are. That's who the Democrat Party is. They're the party of Satan.
Joe Biden was the shooter. Obama
That's the only
spotted.
way they're going to stop Trump from being president is to fucking murder him. I'm sorry for my language.
Did you see what happened?
No, I just got down. That's the
Everyone's
only way
trying
they're
to
going
say
to
it.
resorted to
Everyone's trying to say their piece, and it's all the same.
that. I heard
NPCs.
2, and then I heard a whole bunch more. But
So the 2 shots were definitely the sniper, definitely the assassin. After that, that was him getting killed. They must have found him right away.
Justin Yers, Justin.
They probably just popped his eardrum. I think he just got the cartilage of his ear grazed.
Something that said, take a look at what happened.
Oops. Content warning blood. They really did get his ear. Oh, shit. They got... I can't show it, chat. There's blood. They got the top of him like this. They actually grazed his skull, I think. Holy shit. Trump was actually shot. Yeah, it does kind of look like Mike Ehrmantraut, but not as graphic. He doesn't have anything hanging off yet. Gun control? King? Stay classy. Fucking loser, bro. Imagine not wanting the worst president ever to be assassinated. Loser. At least for the meme. Come on. It's funny. Having any amount of sympathy for Trump is actually hilarious. They might have got his cheek, too. I think that might just be a smear of blood. Gun control tonight, Queen? Gremlo says, I don't think many people understand how this is going to galvanize the people that have been waiting for a green light moment. Yeah, this is not good. That's, okay, so that's cops or Secret Service firing on the shooter. He literally said fight? What? He did? Mom told me historically all the best presidents have had assassination attempts, referring to this. This is so bad. This is so bad. This is literally actually going to, like, oh, he's going to get martyred and he's not even dead. It says in the transcript. Fight? Someone yells, shoot her down. Fight? Trump Trump mouthed as he was ushered from the stage. Fight, fight. The scariest thing about this is how he's, how they think he's a martyr and he's actually being persecuted. Yes, this literally validates all of the psychotic Trump supporters thinking that he's like the most persecuted president of all time or something.
Then when he turned his face, you could see from his ear coming down.
And that is literally cope because they know he fucking deserves it.
He was on the right side. Because when he was going out, he walked this way. It was his right side. His right ear.
Yeah, his right
but
ear.
We thought
They're
maybe
right.
the way they pushed him. No, we never got down on the ground. We didn't care about us. We only cared about him. That's all we thought.
Come
Nobody
on,
in that
lady.
row was
This is
caring about
bad.
himself. We only cared about him. That he was okay. They
Got his ear
swarmed
pierced
him
with flares.
immediately. The Secret
if you,
Service all
wanna-
around him. And then like they waited till they came up and cleared it. I heard him say like, clear one, get him up. And he stood up on his own. He said, oh, this is what he said. I got to get my shoes on. His shoes must have fallen off. Trump said, I got to get my shoes on. I'm sorry, I'm spitting. Don't mean it. He did. You should have seen him. Fist up. Fist bump. And to see strong, he's okay. So I don't think anything happened to him.
And how are
I really
you
don't.
feeling right now about the election and about the country?
I think they're so scared. The only way they could beat him is to kill him.
This is so bad.
Why would they do that?
He's literally like one of the most unpopular presidents of all time. He's doing bad in the polls compared to how he did in 2020. And they still think this.
Yes, I'm from Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh. If I may, the Japanese newspaper always puts someone's age. How old are you?
She's not right.
66. Not bad.
They could beat Donald Trump by putting anyone in Joe Biden's position. It's incredibly easy to beat Donald Trump. He's a bad candidate.
Sorry.
Trump would have to die to lose versus Biden. Yeah, but I don't think that's what this is. There's no way.
I didn't. My husband's in a wheelchair. I ran back.
Ma'am, wait, we need you head out, ma'am.
Okay.
Are we clearing the entire complex?
Yeah.
Yes.
I ran to protect him because everybody dropped to the ground and he didn't because he can't. So I jumped on top of him.
Oh, her husband.
But I heard the shots. I didn't realize that Trump was
I
hit
thought she
there.
was talking about Trump.
So,
Let's go, please.
Sorry.
Oh.
Fox, F-O-X, and Heather's the first name. Yes, I'm from DuBois.
This is crazy. I was just agreeing with the sentiment, but not in the way she meant. Sure. Biden is too overconfident to try something like this. It's so transparent, and people would expect it. It has to be a lone actor. I don't know if it would be a leftist or not, and I kind of doubt it would be, to be honest. We don't know anything about the shooter, though. I really think it's like a deranged right-winger. And honestly, if they are, we probably won't even hear about it. Trump got shot in the head and got straight up. Well, then he wasn't really shot in the head, was he? This was him saying fight. Fight. He got grazed. I think a couple of people in the audience have been
So
shot.
we all just saw what happened. Former President Trump did go down on the stage with one side of his ears bleeding, according to people who saw it at that moment, including one lady who was on the front row of the crowd who saw it happen. She was standing instead of going down to see what exactly happened to the former president. Most of the crowd did go down, as us reporters did, back in the back of the riser. And right now, all we know is that former President Trump left with his motorcade right afterward, and we do not know what the latest situation is yet. We're waiting to hear from the Secret Service. They told us no comment at the moment. And most of the people who were sharing what they saw told us they saw people bleeding.
It could literally be a Nazi who doesn't like his pro-Israel positions. He is in Pennsylvania right now.
Presidential candidate to be nominee is shot or has
He'll be fine,
gunfire
chat.
shots at his rally right before the Republican National Convention just 2 days away. Here's Iris Howe reporting from the Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania on Saturday.
とりあえず、多分シークレットサービスに間もなく追い出されます。多分場所を変える必要があります。ですので今このまま喋り続けます。銃声が聞こえた。
This is so bad.
トランプ氏がおそらく撃たれたと思われるのはステージの上です。
Literally like an inch away, bro.
2つ建物があるんですけれども、その屋根の上には
Move out! We would like you to please exit now. Thank you.
ですので、何か情報があったのでしょうか。警戒している状況でした。Evacuate the area. ほど経って銃声が聞こえました。10分ほど聞こえました。その瞬間、会場の人たちも壇上の
Don't be rude.
Don't be rude.
安全を守るようにしていました。そしてしばらくすると
Brian.
Brian.
No more shots. Let's go. No, out. Hey, let's go.
What is the outcome you hope happens if Biden were to step down? The easiest thing for the Democratic Party to do is to run Kamala on Biden's record. And I think that's kind of a landslide for her, to be honest. It would be really, really, really hard for Donald Trump to win against Kamala Harris.
They missed Reagan and Trump emoticon triste, emoticon triste, emoticon triste.
I know. Dude, I'm trying to watch and see what Fox News is saying. Did we already talk about Trump getting shot? Yeah, I'm doing it right now. I'm trying to see what the most recent coverage is. Do you think this will raise Trump's chances? Yes, this only is good for him. This is literally bad for everyone except Donald Trump. God damn it.
We took in hundreds of millions of dollars, and much of it was small money donors, what's called shit.
Is there not live news right now? What the fuck? Here. What is even going on? Trump was shot. At a rally in Pennsylvania. His condition is unknown.
This time around, as we play back what happened just a short while ago in Donald Trump's Pennsylvania rally, I heard at least 13 shots, what appeared to be shots, and there was some difference in the intensity or strength of the shots, which could mean that there were a number of, again,
it's
shots
so over.
fired initially, and then there was some responsive shots. We also heard members of security say the shooter is down. Peter Alexander is with us, our
Never let a good tragedy go to waste.
Peter,
I mean, look, man. Look at this. It is Omega Jover. This is how fascism takes over America. This is an acceleration.
Delaware has been informed, has been briefed,
and they're going to call Joe Biden a fascist the whole way there, chat.
Place, or that has just
and say it's all
taken
him.
Place at that rally for former President Trump in Pennsylvania. I spoke to another official there who conceded that they are trying to get as much information as they can right now. Clearly, there are a lot of events that are moving very quickly at this time. The president,
John Hinckley'd
only moments before this took place, was in church at Rehoboth, and when he exited the church, reporters asked him if he was aware of it or had been informed about it. At that time, he had not been. It's clear at this
literally
time
how
he
do you
now
miss?
has. This is clearly a very dramatic moment for this country. Both President Biden and many members of his staff have condemned political violence of all kinds. Nobody anticipated anything of this kind to take place. As someone who travels routinely with the president and formerly with former President Trump and with Mr. Trump as a candidate, the perimeter is usually very tightly protected from a great distance as well. As you saw, the
people being like,
US
it's probably
Secret Service
fake.
quickly swarming the former president before leading him off. You see the SWAT teams who quickly came into position. And I can tell you, having been at many of these Trump rallies,
wow, that's a
here's new
crazy
from one of
picture.
our colleagues
False
there
flag?
on the
No.
ground, the photojournalists
That's ridiculous.
who are in the front row showing the blood on former president's face and
I don't
clearly
think
on
it's
his
staged.
ear as well. There he is pumping his fist as he was effectively chanting.
But this is the
"Fight"
worst case scenario.
to those members, his supporters who were there. The perimeter is usually quite wide here, and having traveled with former President, with President Biden recently when he was overseas in Europe, I was struck by how wide that perimeter was, with snipers in many areas keeping a very close eye, and I suspect many of our colleagues in law enforcement would communicate that for a former president and now the presumptive nominee on the Republican side, there would have been a very wide perimeter. So now that we are told by law
I
enforcement
hope
that
he
it's
somehow
believed that Donald
bleeds
Trump
out, yeah, out of his ear.
And immediately the questions turn to how this happened, who's responsible for it, and what needs to be done to help
check
better
what Shapiro, etc. are saying? God, it's probably deranged.
over the course of the next several days and weeks, not the least of which begins with
It's all they're
the
all going to
Republican
go with the
National
every conservative is immediately going to the narrative that this wins. He wins. He won. But he was already winning against Biden. So he was already winning. He was literally already winning. Ben Shapiro hasn't tweeted anything. I'm cursing him with an ear infection that spreads to his brain.
Peter Alexander, thank you so very much.
It was
Of course,
already Jover,
continue
chat. It's been
monitoring
Jover
this
for a
for us.
week.
I
That's
wanna
all
bring
we've been
in
talking
retired
about.
ATF Special Agent Jim Kavanaugh. He is with us tonight. Jim, and when we look at these images, there is so much that tells people like you so much about the trajectory,
Liberal aim.
where it seems that these gunshots or whatever came from. The president was looking towards his right when at least two of what seemed to be gunshots rang out. And then he immediately kind of went towards his right ear as he was dropping. It seems later, Jim, that there may be up to two what appear to be lines, one right up above his mouth on his cheek going towards his ear, and then one on the lower part of his cheek. What does this tell you, Jim?
This is insane.
Yeah, well, you're exactly right.
Should've
Jose.
trained
I mean,
better.
He certainly reacted to his right. I mean, appears to be he was struck in his right ear. That where appears to be where all the blood is. We don't know if that blood on the cheek is a wound or just blood spatter. It's hard to tell. But he certainly reacted to his right. He felt the sting on his right, probably his right ear. There's bleachers behind him that are filled, with supporters, but he kind of looks to his right. Now, it doesn't mean that the shot was directly to his right, that came directly from his right. It's just he hit him on the.
Take a look at what happened.
Take a look at what happened.
There you see it, Jim.
Could have been his last words, chat.
Yeah.
I'm glad at least we got to see all the hogs LARPing and being like, this is the shot heard around the world.
Just posted on X saying an incident occurred the evening of July 13th at a Trump rally in Pennsylvania. The Secret Service has implemented
Agent 47 did
protective
not do
measures,
this.
and the former
He would not
president
have
is
missed.
safe. This is now an active Secret Service investigation, and further information will be released when available. Again, that is from the Secret Service. Everyone just absorbing the
Chat, he has socialized health care. He will not die from
We're
an
also
ear
getting
wound.
reaction from a number of
This is
the
their
vice
January
presidential
6th. Yup.
potential picks of Former President Trump,
got some
again,
huge
just to
demons
reiterate, the
protecting him.
Republican National
True.
Convention is just days away from getting underway, set to begin on Monday. Senator Rubio posting praying for President Trump and all those attending the rally in Pennsylvania today. Senator Vance, everyone join me in praying for our President Trump and everyone at that rally. I hope everyone is okay. North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, please join Catherine and me in praying for President Trump, his family, and everyone attending the rally today. Carrie Lake, of course, Senate candidate, posting, please pray for President Trump. So reaction just beginning to pour in from the political world. Of course, as Peter just reported,
Bully world.
President Biden has been briefed. This is the scenario that everyone, of course, feared and was trying to protect against. Certainly as we head toward the conventions this summer, security is in the spotlight. The questions, of course, now, how could this have happened at a rally for the presumptive Republican nominee? And the questions, of course, will go on from there. How to prevent this from ever happening again. But again, the political world just beginning to absorb what has transpired at this rally in Pennsylvania. Sources, of course, on both sides of the aisle reaching out to say how horrified, how shocked, how in disbelief they are at what has unfolded. Jose.
Indeed, Kristen Walker, please stay with us. I want to go back to our
Yeah, don't prevent it from happening
with us
again.
on the phone. Tom, an
Please.
Jose, still gathering details at this hour. As you can imagine, things are very fluid.
Time for
but the
police
initial
state.
indications that we have from two senior U.S.
No
law
more gun
enforcement
control.
officials have been briefed on the matter is first and foremost, former President Donald J. Trump is expected to survive whatever incident this is. So that's the first thing. As far as what this was, what type of incident it is, what might have happened, those are all details that law enforcement is trying to get a handle on. Was this a projectile? Was it a ricochet? Was it something that's not a gun?
Have they
Could
really
been
not
some
tried
other-
this since Reagan? No. No, it's been a very long time since there was an attempted assassination. And it usually, when they survive, it usually doesn't decrease their fucking popularity. This is going to be trouble for Biden's re-election chances? Yeah. Not that he even had any to begin with. Is it going to radicalize his base even more? Yes. That's all this is going to do. I don't believe this was staged. However, I do think that person that did this missed on purpose. My mom even said this was used to immortalize him and make sure he has better chances. Wasn't staged but planned. I don't think so. I don't think... He didn't have to do this. He was already winning.
Upon what they might find.
He was literally
Of course,
already winning.
There'll be questions about
Joe has been
security.
fucking
There'll-
cooked
if
for
this
months.
Was in fact, an
He
intentional
didn't need to do
act.
this.
There'll be questions about the what and the why, but right now I think
He
folks
could
are
still
trying to
lose,
get a
chat.
handle on the details.
He
most
could still
important
easily
of which, just so people understand the current condition.
But will he
of
is the
former
question.
president is that he is expected to survive.
The
want to thank you
reason
very
he
much.
was
Stay with
almost
us. I wanna
killed
go to
just
Hallie
now
Jackson, who has-
is because he is one of the most unpopular presidents of all time. You have to remember that.
By our colleague Garrett Hake, that President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. The spokesperson goes on to say he is fine and being checked out at a local medical facility. That is it for now. We do expect more details to follow, but obviously significant now as we're looking at some of these images here, Jose, of the president, former president, being escorted off stage. That he is, in the words of the campaign, he is fine. He is apparently not seriously injured, based on what they are telling us, and is obviously being looked at now by doctors. It is an extraordinary moment, to say the least, here. That we are on the eve of the Republican National Convention. That for the presumptive
it's literally
Republican
happening in 2
nominee,
days.
this has occurred. Whatever.
I don't know what's going to happen then. I mean, fuck.
Just days before he is set to officially accept the nomination.
pick.
We want to be super careful here because there's still a lot we don't know about motivation, but I will just echo what some of my colleagues have said here, having been to many of these kinds of rallies. There is a security perimeter in place for any
there's a
time
lot
you
of fucking
go to an
security at
event
these
with
things,
any
man.
current or former president. There are mags, there is security, there's a perimeter, and it is usually, obviously, always pretty intense. And so there are going to be a lot of questions here moving forward as to how this could happen.
My brother was literally like, I don't think any of the candidates should get assassinated. I think all of the candidates should be assassinated. What do you mean?
A lot of reaction coming in. I know that Kristen just went through some of it from people like Mike Pence, from
Back to
others
the
in the
golf
party,
course.
saying that they are praying for the former president. As you see
Yeah.
there, the blood on his face
Mike
as he's
Pence
holding
is
up
like,
his
"How's it
hand."
feel, bitch?"
That shot that we have been replaying here, Jose. But again, the word from the Trump campaign, he is fine, they say, and currently being checked out. We're going to update you the second we get anything
America
more.
has
Hallie
taken a
Jackson,
huge
thank
L.
you very much. I want to go back to Dasha Burns, who was at that Trump rally north of Pittsburgh.
He's lived
and
his
has
whole life already
new
anyway. I
reporting.
know.
She joins us on the phone. She
The
was
most I
asked
can
to
hope for is this
leave
shortens
the
his
area.
lifespan.
Scene.
Heart attack.
Fact snipers got a reload in Hitman WOA. On a real note, what do you think like Alex Jones is gonna say about it?
Alex Jones, every conservative is going to say the same thing, chat. You have to prepare yourself. Every conservative is going to say this is a false flag. Joe Biden, they couldn't win without doing it. When everything points to the fact that he was going to win anyway. And they were already saying that. I'm genuinely so worried about what will happen if Trump wins. I mean, it's been a reality for longer than this. We've been talking about Trump winning since like April. I don't understand how you get that close. Yeah. Can't wait to see if all the t-shirts of Trump's bloodied face sold by Mark Dice and other grifters. True. Yup, I shot Trump twice. Yeah, it was me.
Wish with Dasha Burns. I want to go back to Peter Alexander.
There he is.
Peter, any word from the White House?
That's a great picture.
Jose, no new information from the White House right now, but I do want to share some information we are receiving from the Democratic governor of the state of Pennsylvania, where this incident, this shooting, appears to have taken place only a short time ago. Governor Josh Shapiro writes, violence targeted at any political party or political leader is absolutely unacceptable. He says it has no place in Pennsylvania or the United States. He says he has been briefed on the situation by Pennsylvania State Police.
Such lib
he says he's been
Every
briefed
fucking politician's going to say this, too. You think it was a right-wing extremist or a leftist? I don't know. I really don't. It literally could be either. But, I mean, historically, it would make sense if it was a right-winger.
Of Pennsylvania. So that's just the latest
If COVID
information we're
if
getting
COVID
from
couldn't
there.
finish
Again,
him, what
we're
can?
reaching
Yeah.
out to our to the
He could
staff
still
at the
get an
White House
infection
right
from the
now.
wound.
President
That's
Biden,
not
as we
gonna
noted
happen.
earlier, is traveling. He is in Delaware right now. The reporters, the pool that travels with him, we are told by reporters they are being kept inside the vans that they normally
If
travel
it was a
in,
right-winger,
travel
you
in.
probably will not. You probably won't know. The news probably won't talk about it, if I'm being real.
Peter Alexander, thank you so very much. As we continue our coverage, Lester Holt continues with our breaking news.
Jose, thank you very much as we continue to cover the events here. I want to go to Dasha Burns. Dasha was in the crowd covering this event. I think we've reestablished.
If it was a right-winger, I think the right's brain would break. They'll call it Antifa no matter what. They will say it's CIA no matter what. The narratives are already set because they're on a track and they only go one way. They're inflexible.
The former president was just starting his rally. He was only a few minutes into his
It was a
speech.
trans
He was talking
Antifa.
about immigration under President Biden. I and our team were
Leftist
up
would've
on the
hit.
press risers as he first started speaking. We were just making our way off of those risers. We were heading to the ground level where all of the attendees were on the grass.
Technically, yeah, the Supreme Court said Biden can do this now. It's legal.
What initially I thought might have been fireworks. The Trump rallies often involve pyrotechnics. Sometimes
The
there's
microchip
smoke,
made him do it.
for effect. So initially there was confusion, shock, surprise for myself being there personally, but also as I looked around.
It's going to be the
to
radical
crowd.
left blamed at the end of the day? Yeah, no matter what.
Producer Bianca and I then
And I mean, the
realized
radical left led by Joe Biden.
that the pop, pop, pop that you could hear on the video.
This is literally just going to be used to propagandize for Trump. That's right.
Stage equipment. We
He hit
looked
his
around
guard
to
in
make
the head.
sure that our colleagues were in a safe position as we
Yeah, it
saw.
did not sound like a
the
firework.
entire
Grace Lavelle, thank you for the
line and all of
prime.
the
Thank you so
attendees
much.
Get down on the ground. You can, of course, see in that video the former president also getting down, his Secret Service covering him. So from confusion to sudden fear. Then, when the former president, you see him in that
This is
video.
going to cause the worst butterfly effect, and it's going to end in transphobia. No, I think it'll just be... I mean, we've already heard it. It's what Republicans are already primed to believe. And it's, you know, Joe Biden had to do this with the CIA or something. Or Antifa.
We
That's
were
the other
evacuated
option.
as well. So, Lester, at this point, I will tell you that venue is empty aside
Yeah, wild
from
anti-Semitic
law enforcement,
left.
Secret Trump staff are gone, attendees are gone, the press is gone. My team and I are now in a safe location. The security at these events, one of the reasons, Lester, this was so confusing and surprising and shocking for us all. Of course, this is what everyone fears when it comes to the heated political environment that we are in. We don't know what exactly happened, what transpired, but people fear political violence. So this was scary for all of us who were there. But every rally that I have ever been to, Lester, because of that concern, is thoroughly protected. There are security mags, whether you're a member of the press, whether you're a member of the public, even elected officials are screened. Every item that you are carrying is looked at by...
He was not doing a Nazi salute, chat. He was putting his fist in the air and saying, fight.
What you can and cannot bring in, which is why there was so much confusion when this first started, because there are so many
Obama
taken to prevent any sort of
People might blame globalists. It's the establishment no matter what.
But this was the moment into this rally, Jose.
Dasha, let me ask you, you and others, I think, have described multiple shots fired. First of all, do we know anyone of the crowd, anyone who was there? Has anyone been hit? And also, what do we know about the shooter?
We don't know, as far as from my vantage point, where exactly those shots came from. It's a really large venue, Lester, and it was hard to tell exactly where the shots were coming from. I thought I saw some smoke on the right-hand side of the stage, but again, the Trump rallies often have those sorts of special effects, so it wasn't clear if that had to do with those shots.
I'm curious to see what Trump's reaction is going to be. He's seizing it. He's 100% seizing it. Look, he's putting his fist up, saying, fight, fight, kill.
The attendees that were near me, once we all sort of came up for air, if everyone was okay, I did not hear of anyone who was injured.
They tried to shoot me.
People were fully shaken up.
Yeah, he'll probably have a truth social out by tomorrow.
Those moments, those 10 to 15 minutes, Lester, was really tumultuous.
I'm alive. I survived. I'm ready to make America great again. Daily Wire already retweeting stupid shit about this? Yeah, not surprised. Most persecuted man in history. That's the narrative.
The show or not, and then when people saw the former president
not that he actually
down,
deserved it, which he did,
got down,
for being like a deeply unpopular and brutal president.
Then there were cheers, and then there
resurrect
was some
in 3
anger,
days.
Jose, I will say that some members of the crowd started to turn on the press for a few minutes there, shouting at us, calling us fake news. Of course, that is somewhat a staple of Trump rallies. You might hear some helicopters overhead. It looks to be like a police helicopter flying over the scene right now. The former president will often point to the press then and call us fake news, and the folks who were in the crowd, again, confused and emotions running high. Not clear what to make of what just happened. We didn't know if there was a shooter, who the shooter was. Very frustrated as they were being escorted out of the venue. Again, we did not see anyone get injured. You saw the former president with some blood on his face. And at this point, he is safe. We are safe, and we are just looking to learn as many details as we can.
All right, Dasha Burns with that, first-person account of what occurred there in Pennsylvania. And again, we saw that close-up picture of the former president, his face bloodied, but
Stretch Jumbo, thank you for the 4 months.
He just got here. What's going on?
Donald Trump has been shot.
In these earlier video is that they're acting almost as if the threat had been over, because they linger on the stage for quite a while with the former president still upright before he's actually moved down to
he survived
the vehicle, the armored vehicle. I want to go to Hallie Jackson right now. Hallie, are we getting any reaction from the Secret Service? Are they filling in any of the details?
I don't know if it's details,
so far we've heard
but they
literally
are at least
nothing.
Responding here as they are clearly in a moment
Other than
of
he's fine.
intense scrutiny as well, and obviously a heightened state of awareness given what just happened. So we know that the Secret Service is officially saying that this incident occurred. They do not specify what the incident actually is, what specifically happened, although we've obviously been seeing it and watching it for ourselves. The Secret Service, they say, has implemented protective measures, and the former president is safe. This is now an active Secret Service investigation, and further information will be released when you avail.
I mean, they killed the shooter, it seems like,
you heard Dasha
pretty
talking
immediately.
about being moved, obviously, from the scene of this rally because of this investigation that is now happening. But I want to underscore a couple of things here as we take a beat to just remind people where we are now. That at this moment, former President Donald Trump, based on what we're hearing from Secret Service and from his campaign, is safe and is fine. Those are the words of Secret Service and his team. He is now being checked out, based on his campaign, at a local medical facility, presumably in the area of Butler, Pennsylvania, where this rally has been happening here. I can tell you we're also hearing from his son, Donald Trump Jr., who is posting a picture of his father in the seconds after this happened with his fist raised. It's an image, Lester, that we have showed a couple of times in our special coverage here, saying he'll never stop fighting to save America. We are also hearing from others in the broader political orbit, including, for example, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who says now is the time for every American who loves our country to step back from the division, renounce all violence, and unite in prayer for President Trump and his family. So
no, I do not renounce violence against fucking fascists. Absolutely not. That's ridiculous. The sounds of America.
Believed to be potentially gunshots. The former president taken from the...
Dude, how do you miss is trending. That is so fucking funny. How?
A crime scene as the
Why
Secret
did they
Service
shoot
now
back?
takes over
We
the
didn't shoot the
investigation.
JFK guy? Yeah.
Or fill out at this point. We don't know the status of the shooter and or shooters. We don't know if other people were shot in this attack. But there you see the shot. I think that people will see a lot of the former president looking defiantly.
They had such a clear shot. You don't know that. We don't know where it even came from. People are saying it's staged because he took pictures after. Crowd just smiles and takes pictures. Yeah, because they killed him. They killed the shooter. They shot him like 10 times. Bernie Sanders L tweet. Political violence is absolutely unacceptable. I wish Donald Trump and anyone else who may have been hurt a speedy recovery. I don't. True. Oh, God. Okay, it's all Bitcoin shit, too. What the fuck? They used a BB gun? Stop, that's not true.
Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move? We're clear.
It was not a fucking BB gun.
Come on. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
Let me get my shoes. Yeah, the shooter's already fucking dead by this point.
The former president obviously dazed
sure.
by what had transpired. You hear him say, "Let me get my shoes," as Secret Service surrounds him. Typically, Secret Service protectees are protected by layers of teams. You see the folks usually in the dark
that there's a Mandela effect where people remember Trump getting shot in the left ear.
Mandela effect, conspiracy. He faked it with a blood pill. Crazy. Just as stupid as Biden's cult? Oh my god. I don't know how people could think this is staged. He didn't need to stage this. They shot him because his dogs were out.
In
Sad.
this case, former President
True.
Trump or anyone in the crowd. I want to bring in Jim Kavanaugh right now. He's a retired ATF special agent. Jim, please feel free to correct me, but what do we know about the layers of security and how they went into play here?
Yeah, I think your analysis is right, spot on here, Lester. They do have layered security. A lot of it is provided also by local law enforcement. You can see their SWAT
If only
teams
you had
are
better
there
aim.
assisting. And the former president has a permanent detail, of course, of Secret Service agents that protect him, a detail leader, a special agent in charge. They're all very close to him. You can see when he was hit, he's turned, his face is actually turned to the right, and he grabs his right ear. Now, you can hear some small popping noises, and you can also see the crowd react to the noise. So, you know, I think I would probably rule out some sort of a slingshot. I think it is some sort of a weapon. Now, it could be a small caliber handgun that grazed his ear. That's a possibility there that's open. It also could be something like a simunition. And that's a round that we use in training, that police use in training. It will bust your skin. It will hurt you. It fires from a regular firearm. You know, sometimes people use similar type. There's various types, but sometimes they use them in paintball activities.
So it wasn't a real gun?
It could be a firearm, and that could be a small caliber weapon that just grazed him. Because it looks like the shot came from the right, and he was actually
How will this
facing
affect
the
the
right.
Fortnite V-Buck economy?
Head turned toward the right. So it doesn't appear the shot came from the bleachers above, which is a small group of supporters there, and it might have came more from his right, and there's multiple shots. So, you know, clearly, I mean, we'd look at this and say someone trying to shoot the former president in the head. Misses mostly if he fired, you know, a few rounds, because you can hear some popping, but might have grazed him with one. Now, what kind of projectile it was, if it was, like say, if it was an actual firearm, I'd be thinking it's a small caliber weapon. The reports are not real loud that I can tell, although we'll probably get better audio. It doesn't sound like any kind of a rifle or anything.
Poppers.
And he's dazed by it, Lester, and you made that observation a minute ago. He is dazed by it. So when he's hit by the projectile, he sees his head's facing right. I think you should note he's looking to the right, and there's the pops. You can hear two pops, and he grabs his ear. So it's a small caliber handgun if it's an actual firearm, or it could be a simunition that still breaks the skin, still causes an injury there.
And Jim, you and I have both been to events on this scale, and certainly I've been to presidential events on this scale, and you look around.
Yeah, the guy who got Shinzo would have never missed like this.
Everybody, of course, carries a smartphone right now, and, you know, they have to make a quick judgment. Is that a phone or is that a weapon?
Right.
A lot of movement, a lot of dynamic action going on at these sorts of events.
Sure.
I can't imagine it getting much more challenging from a security standpoint.
Yes, you're exactly right. You know, I served on many of these Secret Service details as an ATF agent over all my 33 years.
Almost. No, not AI Dobby. Sag. Thank you for the 300 bits. Do we know if Trump got shot in the gay ear? Yeah, that is actually really important.
Agents, and back then ATF was in Treasury with Secret Service, so we were always called upon to help them. But watch what happens once the former president is struck. They swarm him, they completely get around him, so another shot is hard to get him. That's what they're trying to do. When they yell clear,
we don't know if anyone else was
clear
hurt.
to the armored vehicle. They can go to the armored vehicle. That's what they want to do. And I would think that's the clear notice they're giving each other. Clear path to the armored vehicle. Because that's what he wanted to do, is get him in and get him away.
Again, this is the weekend for the Republican National Convention. It is also the weekend that we were expecting we might hear former President Trump's announcement of a running mate. I want to go to Kristen Welker right now. Kristen, we have been watching these members of the so-called short list of potential nominees. Are we hearing from any of them? And if so, what are they saying?
Lester, we're hearing from all of them, and I should preface this by saying this is one of those rare and extraordinary moments that
when is the DNC doing their thing?
Across the political
like 2
aisle.
weeks,
so let me read you some of what we are hearing.
The Republican convention's in a couple of days, so I don't know what is going to happen. I don't know if he'll be there, and if he will, fuck knows what he's going to say.
For President Trump and all those attending the rally in Pennsylvania today, Senator Vance posting everyone
Yeah, he
joining
definitely
in
got like a
praying
gash
for
on
our
his
President
face.
Trump and everyone at the
If
rally.
he's
I
like
hope everyone is
disfigured with like a big scar across his face, like he's not gonna show up. Oops.
for President Trump, his family, and everyone
shows up in a
attending the
helmet.
rally. Carrie Lake also tweeting out her words of support, and then Senator
You could
Bernie
do makeup,
Sanders, independent
maybe.
senator,
Depends.
posting political violence is absolutely unacceptable. I wish
Pussies.
Donald Trump and everyone else who may have been hurt a speedy
Bullshit.
recovery. Pausing on that last moment and that last
They will
thought,
make him Darth
Lester, there has obviously been, and this has occurred against the backdrop of growing concerns about the political rhetoric in this country. Concerns certainly as we head into this
They
summer
should have used
season in
this.
which both parties will be holding their conventions. The Republican convention getting underway on Monday.
Headshot! Woohoo!
If only.
Right in the melon.
I am not wishing him a recovery. Donald Trump washed off stage by Secret Service agents at Wowie in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania.
Were right there. They were in the area
I gotta pee. Listen
where
to these
where
hogs.
this happened. Donna, let me start with you. First of all, are you okay?
Yes, I'm shook. I'm definitely shook up, but I'm okay. Yeah, and Trump was talking, watching him. I heard pop, pop, pop. I thought it was like a cap gun. And my son's like, gun, get down. And next thing you know, everybody around us was down. And then once we got down, we was up at the top of our bleacher, the men were yelling to all the snipers and all the cops to come over because he had shot a man and a woman in our bleacher. We heard the one is very fatal. We don't know that for sure, but they were down. They went out on grenades.
So Joe, what exactly did you see? Because from our vantage point, we couldn't see what was going on. We didn't see any individuals. All we could do was listen for those sounds. But what did you see?
Again, I was watching the president, and you hear the gunshots go off. Remarks from up top said that the shooter actually climbed up the back of the bleacher. And after we got down, like my mom said, there was 2 people down. They were calling for medics. We did see the 2 people that were shot, and we saw them get carried out. Like, I don't know. The one didn't look like they were okay. I hope the other one's okay, and just may God watch over them tonight.
And Don, you said 2 people. Were these 2 people
May
fellow
Satan claim his
attendees
soul
of
and
the
make him
rally?
suffer in
And what
hellfire
kind of-
for eternity.
Did you see them get shot directly, or did you just see the aftermath?
No, you just heard the noise. You heard the pop, 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 seeing the aftermath.
Pop, pop, pop.
And neither of them looked good. They were both down. Nobody was talking. Nobody was moving.
What was going through your mind as you were witnessing all of this?
Are they still here? And am I going to get shot? That's what's going through my mind. He's holding my hand, and we were going to get up and try to get out of here. And some gentleman there said, no, you stay down. So we stayed down, and then we finally heard everybody evacuate, and he grabbed my hand, and we got out of there.
And Joe, what was your state of mind coming into this rally today? What were you expecting, and what are you feeling now as we all experienced a day that none of us thought would come?
Well, I was excited. I mean, this is just our second rally, and the first one, Trump is very energetic when he comes to these, and now I want to vote for him more than ever.
Why is that?
Just to send a message to these people. They can't stop us.
Don't stop us. That's right.
Don, how are you feeling? I mean, you're
It
here
doesn't
with your
even
son.
matter,
Of course,
dude.
you
They
want
have no idea who did this. It doesn't even matter. It's
them
crazy.
or yourself to be in any danger. What were
I'm
those
gonna
mama
vote really
instincts in
hard.
that moment, and how are you feeling right now?
Exactly. My mama instincts were when he grabbed my hand, I knew my son was scared to death because he was holding my hand. He had held my hand since he was probably 5 or 6 years old. And so he held on to my hand, and you can imagine, my heart went into a million pieces. All I kept thinking was we got to be safe and get out of here. And I agree with Joe. Vote for Trump because this country got to get back in line. This is out of control.
How did you get out ultimately? How did you get here to safety?
I'm going to vote really
Once
hard.
they evacuated us.
I'm going to vote really hard. God, even Republicans are the biggest liberals.
side for a few minutes, but we just got out of there. We were scared.
What did you see from your vantage point of the snipers? These were the people protecting the former president.
That's correct. And now they were over in the lawn. They just were watching every single person with their guns going by. I believe the one injured person was over there that they had. Wasn't he on the one on the ground?
Yeah, so before they evacuated, they carried the 2 injured people out. Then they yelled for us to get evacuated. At that point, all the Secret Service were up in our section with the guns, and they were all in the field. Because like I said, rumor was he climbed up the back of our bleacher, so.
Joe, Donna, thank you both so much. I'm so glad you are safe. I know this was not the day.
I mean, pretty instantly you have Donald Trump or Tucker Carlson tweeting this. Donald Trump Jr. tweeted the same thing. 230K likes instantly. People are like, he took a bullet for this country. The mourner-in-chief do not beat this.
We're tracking all that down, and as soon as we have more on that, we'll certainly bring it to you. I want to bring in our investigative correspondent,
Thank God for leftist
Tom Winter. He
aim.
joins us on the phone with some new...
You don't even know it was a leftist.
Work of myself and my colleague Jonathan Dean.
He didn't even take a bullet.
2 senior U.S. law enforcement officials tell NBC News that there is a growing concern that this was a serious, or may have been a serious attempt on the life of former President Donald Trump. Based on the facts of the investigation as they're developing them, again to repeat, 2 senior law enforcement officials tell NBC News that there is a growing concern that this may have been a serious attempt on the life of former President Trump. Lester, I can tell you, as you can well imagine, there is a lot of conflicting information right now as this investigation gets sorted out. What occurred on the ground, who heard what from where, and obviously we're proceeding with extreme caution as to what we're hearing and who may or may not have been involved. But there is definitely a concern that this may have been a serious attempt on former President Trump's life. And why that might be important.
Should have been more
some
serious.
People might
True.
Say that would be obvious.
Why does he have blood on his face? The bullet could have grazed him. The blood could have just gotten... he clearly smudged from his ear.
Have been serious intent here, and by somebody that might have been capable of doing this, is why we believe this is newsworthy. So that's the latest that we have right now. It's preliminary information from the scene, from people that have been briefed on what
Remember
the
when Bush dodged that
holds.
one guy's shoes?
And so we're going to continue to do our reporting. And
why was it just one shot? I think there were 2 shots, and then there were 10 after that. And I believe the 10 were the shooter getting killed. But we don't know for sure. I got the notification that Trump might have been shot, then remembered that Pethan was streaming. He was shot. Seems like
is in fact a crime scene. The Secret Service likely to lead that investigation. But Tom, we've all talked about it. We've seen examples of it, political violence. This is something that law enforcement has been bracing itself for in this campaign season, is it not?
Without a doubt, Lester, I have lost track of the amount of times you and I have talked about it privately in the offices. We've reported on it. The FBI director, in an interview with you directly.
This couldn't have been staged. Too risky to shoot his head. They would have shot his shoulder. They didn't need to stage it.
He couldn't have been too impressed with our Capitol.
They didn't have to. Please, one more shot, please.
Of threats. And
you
so
can
that's
die from a
something that
shoulder
people
wound.
are
Yeah,
acutely focused on, for sure.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. I'll let you get back to your reporting and working out more details as this story develops here tonight. Let's bring in Evie Pomporis, a former Secret Service agent, joining me on the telephone right now. Can you give us a sense from what you have seen?
Be careful what you post, chat, in Minecraft.
Chat, anyone else wanna finish the job? Cause honestly I'm down to help. In Minecraft or The Sims FC.
I'm finishing my job at McDonald's.
These agents that come in. Those agents that come in are the shift. It's a detailed team. For them to come in like that, that means this is a serious threat. Something serious happened. We're also seeing the tactical team, and we're looking at the live shot. The shot of the tactical team. That's the element that comes in. When you see the tactical team Their job is to look for the threat. So you have two
Yeah, the
entities here.
fucking,
The agents in suits,
XOF
the
unit
shift.
from Metal Gear
Shift
showed
comes
up.
in, immediately comes on top of the president, and they are
Oh.
there to surround him
Comes
and to
on
make
top of the
sure that the
president.
shots hit them. The tactical element that we see come in after, their job is to move out, and we see them facing out toward the crowd, and they are to look for the threat. Clearly, we see the agents that get around him. They shield him, and then they move in this unison to shield him body-wise so that nothing strikes him. They move him slowly down the stairs and make their way to the armored vehicles. That's what we're looking at. Now, Lester, if we're looking at how did this
There's
happen,
not a lot to even talk about, so the live news coverage is a lot of filler because we don't have any information. We literally, all we know is that Trump was shot. We don't know with what, by who, how. There's a lot of questions. But people are already just filling in the gaps by being like, it was a Joe Biden CIA assassination attempt. This is the only way they could beat him. Elon posted. He also literally donated to Donald Trump's campaign. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, he donated to Donald Trump's campaign recently. Using your Twitter blue money. The deep state is obviously staging this. Where's Alex Jones saying it's a false flag? It doesn't serve his interests to say that. Just like it doesn't serve Elon Musk's interests to say that either. Barry Bear, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate it. Yeah, Tucker tweeted this. Donald Trump Jr. tweeted this. This has been posted over and over again by some of the most prominent right-wing people online. Barry Bear is a real one. I live in the deep south and I'm scared. Yeah. Bad news a coming. We do not want to see it.
let's go to your first point where there's people there. When you do these events, and I've done these events, it's called a site advance. When you secure an event like this, you're the site agent. So you have two goals, two missions. I am to protect the President of the United States, right? However, the other goal or mission is the people at this event. So yes, they're targeting, or let's say assuming, right, that again, we don't have confirmation.
Black square posting for
someone
Trumpers, basically, yeah.
Right, if they're going to shoot, yes, he's an issue, but also the people in the area are an issue, right? Where are all these rounds going? So when we hear these sounds, these small, these echoes of what appeared to be shots, it wasn't one shot. There were multiple shots, and every round, Lester, has to go somewhere. It lands somewhere. Where are they going? So you've got all these people. So you are responsible, not just for the safety of...
Yeah, fucking surprise of the century, bro. I fully endorse Donald Trump and hope for his rapid recovery. This is great for stupid people. This is so awesome for the stupidest people in America. They think it's cool, and that's all that matters. Joe Biden isn't cool. Thank you, Elon. We're the resist. Trump fights for us. We will win. Build the statue. He reacted in a very presidential manner. Took it like a champ. Trump and Musk. Trump 2024. Shot for leading in the polls. I've watched enough WWE in my life, and this screams staged. I don't think so. I also don't think this is a guaranteed win. I think Republicans are blowing it out of proportion. I mean, like they do to AstroTurf and manufacture consent. Yeah, he presidented all over the place. Bystanders are also dead. I think it's 2, is it not? Who's a Republican VP? Probably J.D. Vance, but we haven't... He was supposed to announce it, I think, tomorrow or today. So that's delayed. He'll probably do it at the Republican convention on Monday if he is better by then. And the shooter. So 2 people and the shooter. That sounds like... That sounds like what I've been hearing too. R.I.P. to those hogs. They didn't deserve to die. I agree. The shooter isn't dead?
To his location,
We don't even know
right?
for
he's
sure.
Going to a town, to a city, wherever he's going. You work from the beginning.
really
You have
upset,
many
guys. He
meetings
voted
with
for
the
Trump
local police department. The president, former
illegally
president's coming in.
3
he's going to
times.
do a rally, and we share intel. The U.S. Secret Service
People really died.
shares
I
their
believe
intel.
2 people
This is
have
what
died.
we're hearing from our side. The local police department, typically,
I don't
because they
know.
know what's going on in their...
There were, I think, 12 shots. I think 2 were from the shooter. I think. And then there's 10 after that that I believe were aimed at the shooter.
What do we need to do? What elements do we need to put in place?
Yeah,
So
the
if you're
edits are
hearing
already
there's
coming of this.
A lot of protesters. You're hearing talk that people are going to show up and cause problems. That is all communicated so that you can figure out what you...
Like, every security official in the Secret Service knows that right-wingers are a huge fucking security threat. They had him up there for way too long. I think because that's what makes me think they killed him. Or they at least, like, neutralized the threat. You know what I mean? Like, it was safe to move him like this. If it wasn't, they wouldn't have. What happened? Trump got shot in the ear. Happy birthday to MF Doom.
Here on the East Coast, someone apparently took shots at the former President Trump.
We don't know if the people that were killed were hit by the assassin, potentially, or the cops. Fuck. No, it's my birthday.
The First Lady. All of these figures out on the campaign trail as this campaign heats up. And this is happening.
JPEG Mafia's been weird, but I think his tweet about it is right. It's not a guaranteed win. He was already winning against Biden. Okay? That doesn't change. I still don't think he has a good chance against Kamala because the policy is still more important. He didn't get shot because he's so popular. That's not why presidents get shot. Because they're really popular and awesome. And people love them. That has never happened.
No, it's still early. We're still just getting initial details in, but the crime scene is active. We are told by our reporter Olivia Rinaldi, who was there, that crime scene tape.
Like, will this
got off the phone and she made sure to tell me she would have taken a sip of whiskey in honor if she had a glass. For me, this is just an early birthday present for me XD.
What? What are mods doing? Stop banning people. He got shot because they were jealous of his looks. It was a love shot. So popular, the shooter gave him an honorary bullet. I think. I don't know. This will galvanize the hogs, but Trump is already really unpopular. People hated living under Trump, and they remember that. It's just a matter of whether or not enough people come out to support Biden. Which people won't for Biden. It's not Trump versus Biden. It's Trump versus the couch. Or I'm sorry, it's the Democratic Party versus the couch. People will stay home if they see a Trump-Biden election. That's what we see. Because they do not like him. Either of them. If there was someone that people actually liked, Trump could lose.
This footage of the attack as it took place. You see Rachel
gunman
Scott
neutralized,
from ABC,
it
our
said.
reporter Scott McFarland.
From what I heard,
in
the two people
There's
got
chaos
shot
in the press area near the
by the Secret Service trying to shoot the shooter. What did I tell you?
stage after the incident.
It seems like the Secret Service has killed 2 people.
Just received a statement from President George W. Bush. The former president said, quote, Laura and I are grateful that President Trump is safe following the cowardly attack on his life, and we commend the men and women of the Secret Service for their speedy.
You can't say that was cowardly. Sorry. That's bullshit. Sorry, GW. I don't know what you know about cowardice. But shooting the president in the head is pretty brave, actually. The bigger fear for me is that this convinces QAnon types that this is the first shot fired in a new civil war. We are already hearing that from the people leaving. I'm way more worried about like extremist violence as a result of this than I am election outcomes. More cowardly because they missed his dome, true.
But even just our Pat Milton was reporting earlier this morning, ahead of Milwaukee, any mass gathering these days is of high concern because of the threat environment.
And you saw how quickly they rushed the stage. They were there on edge, like you said. We actually have
new
maybe
it
cell
just
phone
happened.
video
Maybe
that
his
shows
ear just
what
did
appears
that.
to be the shooter
True.
down on a rooftop. Now, this is consistent with information we're getting from federal sources saying that the gunman possibly fired from an elevated position. Let's take a look at this video.
Oh, shit.
It appears that we're seeing someone.
Who's that?
Someone on a roof there. Potentially, this is someone who was outside the security
Kyle?
perimeter. I'm going to bring in our reporter, Olivia Rinaldi. Olivia, what can you tell us? We've been getting some of your video
R.I.P.
in the
President
newsroom
Trump.
here. What did you see? What did you hear?
Adriana, it was a terrifying moment.
Did they have a hood on? No, I think it was
a few minutes into his
ball
remarks,
cap.
and all of us were waiting for a vice presidential announcement. Instead, we heard successive loud noises, loud bangs that were playing. It sounded like shots. We immediately took cover. I pulled out my phone and I started recording. You can hear my voice there, pretty shaky. You could start to hear Secret Service also through Trump's microphone trying to get him down on the ground. We were down for probably, it felt like a lifetime. It was probably like 30 seconds or so. And then I popped my head up and I could see Donald
That sure
Trump
was an image. Yeah, I don't know even what that was. That could have been a cop. That literally could have been a cop sniper.
And he wouldn't. They were trying to get him off the stage, and he was resisting them a little bit and putting his fist up in the air. After that happened, they cleared him. We could hear the motorcade leave right away. Our security personnel was with us as well. We had all gotten down. We saw Scott McFarlane next to us, and a couple of pieces of equipment also.
Perhaps it was a radical libertarian. We don't know.
After that, I was looking at the bleachers.
See, when is this?
Of where Trump was, and you could see people cleared out of there. You could see some blood on the bleachers as well. And I watched police unfold yellow crime scene tape and put it there. It was shocking and it was scary. Reporters that I talked to, I mean, we're at these rallies.
You only missed because he was
multiple times a
dehydrated.
week.
True.
I was just at one in Doral, Florida. It's the unimaginable, but it's something we prepare for, and it's something that, as Margaret was saying, security personnel prepare for.
Shooter got stick bugged.
But overall, just
Direct
a
hit.
very tragic
Revenge.
event that happened here today.
It's something you can prepare for, but never really be ready for. Olivia Rinaldi, thank you for that report from the ground. Margaret, this is at a time, as you were saying, where the threat has never been higher.
Exactly, and on many fronts, foreign
Shooter's
and
white.
domestic. But I
Do we
wanted
know
to
that?
underscore and come back to when I
Probably
said
some
this wasn't
disheartened former Trump supporter. It's more likely, historically.
Dog him why too high for this news lol.
Lol.
large Republican gathering. And at that time, law enforcement said no credible specific threats were identified at the time in the assessment, but there was a warning that the RNC could be viewed as an attractive target due to the symbolic nature of the political convention. So they were putting out a general warning to be on alert.
Please, God, let the streamer be white. What the hell?
Are with him at all times, his detail. But I'm just underscoring here that the FBI, Secret Service, DHS, the Milwaukee Police Department, Southeastern Wisconsin Threat Analysis Center, all of them right now out in Wisconsin are on high alert because of this political violence, domestic violent extremism, which means somebody radicalized here at home, and the terror threat. So this is an environment where we are all on alert. We have to learn more about that shooter who has apparently been neutralized, as we've been reporting. They'll want to understand his motivations, any connections he might have, whether he was...
Yeah, remember, chat, Teddy Roosevelt got shot when he ran for his 3rd term? Because this was before there was a term limit. Teddy Roosevelt got shot when he was running for his 3rd term and still lost.
He was ushered out by security personnel. We have him now on the phone. Scott? Scott, if you can hear me, go ahead.
Hello?
What am I doing in front of him? He's not getting anything on the phone.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is a state
We've
with...
lost Scott McFarland.
He's gone. Pennsylvania is a state with lax gun laws.
Butler County, Pennsylvania, where President Trump was addressing a crowd of thousands, something that he does day in and day out. These events...
Teddy lost because the left split the vote across candidates? Yes. But my point is, getting shot doesn't always galvanize your base and help you win. It might have made him more popular amongst the people he was already popular amongst. You know what I mean?
Brian.
Pennsylvania has like 0 gun laws. Even the laws in place are always avoided via loopholes. Yeah. And then I think Ohio doesn't have any really either, right?
By medical personnel. We don't know where he is at the moment. Our Scott McFarland, who was on the ground, reported that he saw a helicopter arriving on scene. Bob Costa,
yeah, they're probably taking him
Scott
to... They're probably taking him to Richard Dawkins or whatever. What's the hospital? Jimmy Larson Hospital? There's no fucking way this is real. Which one of you, chat? Which one of you fucking made this and posted it on the New Norm account? We stand together. Which one of you made this? Supposedly the gunman was killed, I'm pretty sure. My bad. Forgot it was AI for a second. That's why they made it so fast. That's fucking insane. That's my norm. We stand together. Yeah, they made his hands huge. That's awesome. Holy shit, what happened to this guy?
They were screaming, he's been shot, he's been shot. So I made my way over. I said, I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you. The guy had spun around and was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here. There was lots of blood, and he had brain matter there. And so I got him. There's a helicopter coming in to get him. I got people there really helpful. I got
Was
him
there only
up
one
on a
person
bench.
shot that you saw?
Then I did CPR, did chest compressions as well as I breathed for him.
One person. And there we have an eyewitness account
So
from
one guy was shot
a
in the
man who
head.
says he is an emergency room doctor and rushed in to help a victim who had a gunshot wound to the head. We are also getting news from the Associated Press reporting that the shooter is dead, and
from our affiliate.
KDKA.
Our affiliate, KDKA.
I think that person that was shot in the head was shot by Secret Service, chat.
2 people are dead. That's the shooter and an audience
2
member.
total,
So the
not 3.
suspect we referenced as already being neutralized. Add to that an audience member. So one bystander at that rally.
I think killed by Secret Service.
And former President Trump injured, still trying to figure out the exact number of those who were potentially injured beyond Trump.
That's right. That's right. We have people
We'll never
on the
know who
ground,
killed
as you
them.
can
No, we
imagine.
won't.
We're all trying to get in contact with
That's
our
collateral
reporters,
damage in the eyes of the government.
either
Chat.
because there's so many phone calls being placed or because of security protocols. It's hard to get signals out. There's
I mainly say that because immediately I heard coverage saying, you know, everyone has phones out, so you don't know the difference between a phone and a gun. They were saying that. I don't think it was CBS. I think that was MSNBC or CNN. But they were making excuses for the cops because they were immediately just fucking mag dumping, I'm sure. I'm sure they had no fucking idea where the shots were coming from. I'm surprised they actually got the sniper or whoever it was, to be honest. Because there was 10 shots after.
And like you said, from our affiliate there in the
NBC,
area,
my bad.
We are being told that 2 people are dead. The shooter, as you said, Margaret, and an attendee of this rally. I want to bring in Sam Vinograd,
looks a lot like a gun.
DHS official, a contributor to CBS News. Sam, where do you think this investigation is right now? What are officials on the ground doing?
I feel bad for that person. That's terrible. And everyone who had to see that. Fuck. Did they kill an innocent? Pretty sure.
We may have lost Sam. Sam, can you?
Ah! That was horrible.
So just to reiterate, we have Butler County District Attorney telling KDKA political reporter John Delano two people who were at this rally are dead. That includes the shooter, according to the Butler County DA, and an audience member, former President Trump, appears to have been grazed in some way by a firearms discharge.
And we don't know how many other injuries there may be.
No, but our reporters, Jake Rosen and Olivia Rinaldi, Jake Rosen has provided interviews already about people leaving the rally with apparent signs of either being injured or being near people with apparent injuries, blood on their shirts, blood on their clothing. These are people who are Trump supporters attending the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Former President Trump is reportedly in a safe space, according to his campaign. The President Biden, briefed on this, as has the Vice President.
And I should say, I believe we showed that rooftop because of the reporting we had that this was from a distance and an elevated shot.
Donald Trump neutralized by stick bug.
But we should say, in the environment we are in, it is not difficult to get a weapon
what am I even
that you
looking
can get
at?
through a metal detector. Not all weapons, as we talk about those 3D printed
Yeah, it could have been a ghost gun.
and other
But
kind
we
of
don't know.
weapons necessarily will be detected. And so we should give that caveat. But that rooftop we keep showing.
Or is that just some guy? I
I'd
don't
love
even
to
know
get
what I'm
more
looking at all.
detail or context to that.
And no security is 100% tight. We go to these events. Supporters go to support their candidates, politicians.
I don't think the shooter just fired randomly into the crowd and hit someone in the head. I literally don't think that happened. We don't know. I don't know who took that picture. Crazy, all this over one stick bug.
In the air as he leaves stage, he's on his feet. This really had.
Do you think there's a chance this was staged? I mean, there's a chance. I just don't know why he would. He doesn't. He's not this desperate yet. He was winning. He's been winning. That's why I don't think this is a guaranteed win, because he was winning anyway.
Reagan was shot at the Hilton Hotel just outside by John Hinckley, his trying to assassinate President Reagan.
Shout out John Hinckley. He's still alive.
Motorcade, when ultimately
He got out of jail a couple years ago, John Hinckley. He just wants to play his music, and venues keep canceling on him because he's the guy who tried to kill Ronald Reagan. Fucking American hero.
ultimately they decided
he makes
to
YouTube
bring
videos?
Reagan to George Washington University Hospital. These decisions happen sometimes in a nanosecond that can have enormous consequences for global politics, American democracy, a presidency. We do know the President Biden's been briefed. Former President Trump, his campaign says he is safe. And KDKA has been told by the Butler County District Attorney that the alleged assailant, attempted assailant, the shooter, is now dead. The shooter is dead along with a participant in the rally. And that coincides with what I heard from one of the attendees on the record, Congressman Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania told me just a few minutes ago on the phone, it was mayhem. People were ducking down onto the ground. There was concern that many people were being hurt. And
our Scott McFarland is outside the rally, outside where this all took place. Let's bring him back in. Scott?
Don't be rude.
Can somebody check it?
Go ahead, Scott. Can you hear me?
He's having some fucking problems. What's going on?
Scott, go ahead. You're on the air. What is the latest that you're hearing, and what can you see from where you are?
Okay, sorry for the imposition. We're having some bad cell phone signals here, and it's part of the response that we're also kind of pinned into a parking lot right now.
Oh, God.
Over the past hour, we've seen law enforcement and Secret Service just move people back further away from this scene. It is quite clearly an active
He's using his Game Boy
scene.
mic.
I also noticed 2 helicopter landings, a minimum of 2, about 2 to 5 minutes after the former president was ushered off site or ushered off the
2 helicopter landings, huh?
We know there are people in paramilitary gear,
I'm in agony.
sidearms, moving through this area. Secret Service is here, so is local police. But a good
He sounds like a
chunk of
Wii
this
remote.
crowd,
You're right.
estimate hundreds of people still remain near the site, sharing stories, some of them sharing embraces and
Topic
tears,
earbuds.
and trying to watch what happens next.
First time
even from a
streaming, yeah.
distance. And everybody we're
My
talking
bits
to
are crushed.
has a similar story to tell, that they may have mistook it.
Momo
for
Ria, thank you for the $5 tip,
was
by the
that
way.
type of quick pop and the same.
I missed that. I saw it on my phone. My grandma has been a super based Trump hater since the 2016 election. Just got off the phone, and she made sure to tell me she would have taken a sip in honor.
Just do it!
Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me, dude. How do I stop the bubble hammer game? It should be on the side. You can turn it off. ID. The third victim was the dude's mic. You could see blood on the bleachers, really? Alexa, play Everything's Gonna Be Alright by John Hinckley?
Hello again, this is another original song of mine. There ain't nothing wrong with the rain. It is good to wash away the pain.
It's a teardrop type of bloodstream coming down his face, yet his fist was raised. He is defiant. He is defiant. There is that photo for you to see. We are also getting more and more statements pouring in, speaking to just the heightened level of emotion right now. We're hearing from former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who, of course, her husband was attacked at their home. She wrote, as one whose family has been the victim of political violence, I know firsthand that political violence of any kind has no place in our society. I thank God that former President Trump is safe.
Oh, there's anger, though, from the Trump side. This is a new
We had a
social
good
media
run,
post
America.
from Chris LaCivita, who was one of the top campaign advisors
It was
to
good
Trump.
while it lasted.
He said they tried to keep Trump.
I hear nothing.
They tried to keep Trump off the ballot, and they tried to put him in jail, and now you see this. So you see a politically charged response from Chris
The conspiracy
LaCivita.
narrative
The top
taking it
already
right to where
the
Democrats
narrative.
are trying to prevent it from going. You saw former Speaker Pelosi issue a statement talking about the political violence her family had experienced and condemning it in this context and saying how glad she was that
Trump got
former
COVID,
President
survived.
Trump is safe.
Got
you
caught,
have the expectation.
or got shot, survived. Now I want cheese curds because of the Midwest emo. Ectoplasmic Void, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate that.
Service detail, and you have to imagine that there's an alert level across the board right now. But one of the things that
Too bad they shot
we do need
him,
to
so
pull
we can't
back,
ask
that
his
is
motives.
just
Yeah.
incredibly incendiary at a moment
Why are they upset?
of
I thought they
incredible
loved guns.
sensitivity.
Yeah, what the hell?
To allege whatever they means.
More unkillable than
There's
Kissinger.
no context to who
True.
they are.
Barry
who are
Bear,
trying
thank you
to
so much
keep
for
them
another
off the
gifted
ballot,
sub.
But they tried
Go.
to put him in jail, and now
I
you see
appreciate that.
this.
Trump's
There's a
top campaign advisor. in many
Exactly.
ways.
Are you interested in
Those
my folk
words
punk
have
playlist?
extreme
URL.
weight. But if you, just to
I like the way Italian TTS says links. URL. Hey, you didn't have to do all that. Donald Trump just got shot in the head and killed. And you're doing that to me. This is all I'm interested in.
If you do, you'll always find something worse. If the people wanna put you down, go where all the marigolds are flying. Tomorrow's sun is gonna
Thank you,
shine
John.
so bright.
Oh, he turns his comments off.
Everything is gonna be alright.
This is pretty. I really like this. Oh, don't report it. I really like it. Oh, shit! Shit, okay. Thank you, Jaded Ace, for the 50 bits. Yo, John Hinckley, play that one. Play that one next. First time seeing stream live. What the F is going on in the U.S.? Stoned from New Zealander. Oh, from Stone New Zealander. I'm stoned too. What up, Tuxedo Angus? Thanks for being here. Thanks to all the new folks in here watching the rise of American fascism for real, finally. We're finally here. Bread Boozy, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Yeah, Donald Trump got grazed with a bullet. And immediately, conservatives have taken the conspiracy narrative that this was an attempt to rig the election or fix the upcoming election. The fuck you mean finally? I mean, this is an acceleration that we have not, I think, seen since January 6th. And I think a big part of the acceleration behind January 6th and why it was worse than it should have been was also the lack of consequences as well. All the J6ers are pretty much out of jail by now, and if they aren't, they're, you know, gonna be out. Just in time to do it again, baby. They all learned their lesson, I'm sure. The fallout from this is going to be insane. Yeah, I think there's probably going to be more violence that comes from this than there is actual political action. And that's what's scary. They're definitely going to commit voter fraud. They're going to try. For sure. Genuine question. What are the odds that the shooter was a right-wing weirdo? Relatively high. Historically high. And that's just because of American brain rot. America produces some of the most vile, insipid, like, violent ideologies possible. And then I think individuals have, like, mental breakdowns deep diving into those ideologies. I remember you saying in a past video, if Democrats pulled J6, Republicans would kill them all. Now we get to see how they react to this. Yeah.
Based on your training, what are agents focused on right now?
Send Trump to heaven.
Obviously, securing that scene and beginning an...
There's this guy who yells at cars in my town with outdated conservative signs. I bet he's going to go wild with this one. Leftists historically don't attempt assassinations. Not in America, certainly. Hassan's stream is down, really? That's sad. No wonder I got a bunch of folks in here. Trump is going to say this was illegal immigrants. No, he's going to say it was the deep state, which is just a dog whistle for Joe Biden, really. But also Jews. So.
All the tactical team come up on stage. They are there to cover while the agents work in the president. Either renders medical aid to him or evacuates him completely to get him out of harm's way. So all of that looks like it occurred in the way that it should have.
Left sickle?
You know,
thank you for the prime. Is it bad that my first thought when I heard about you, or when I heard about this, was to turn on your broadcast? No. I cover the news sometimes. Come on. It's like most of what I do on stream. I'm honestly impressed with his reaction time. Who, Donald Trump's? Hassan is still alive? Oh, okay. Trump has lived long enough. Oh, Hassan crashed twice.
Off-site, you see agents in plain clothes clearing the crowd. This is now a crime scene. We have video, cell phone video showing.
My dad works for Newsmax and had to cover this? No way. That's crazy. Can we watch your dad, chatter?
When it comes to the area outside a perimeter and an open air event like this, you know, it's one thing to usher people through metal detectors and wad them down, but you can't control the sky. You can't control, you know, parts of these areas that are outside the perimeter. How does the Secret Service account for that?
Well, and that's what the investigation probably will end up showing us. You know, how far away was this
control the
assailant?
sky.
What sort of
I guess
access
not.
did he have? As you said, the security in
The roof
these
is the shooter. I just don't know what of the shooter I'm looking at. It's just like a blur to me.
3 concentric circles. There's an outer perimeter, a middle
works for the
perimeter,
social
and the
media
innermost
team?
perimeter,
No.
which is closest to the
Not even on
to
the
the
camera with the
protectee, the former
weirdos.
president. So it will be interesting to see what the distances are here, and you know whether or not something.
My first time in chat was when Joe called Zelensky Putin, and I tuned in today right before Trump got shot. Yeah, I think it's you, Cheddar.
For this kind of an event,
It was the birds,
at the
Chinese
Raleigh
fake
Training
birds.
Center in Beltsville, Maryland. There's a mock
Armed with
sound,
turrets.
there's mock motorcades, and obviously they practice these kinds of events. And from the video, you can see how they responded, and that is the essence of what their training is. And not only that, you saw how close the former president's limousine was to the stage. So part of that is the equation as
Maybe,
well.
yeah,
to
maybe
be
it was the
able to
Chinese spy balloon.
Not only secure him, render what medical aid he may
Could
need
anything in this
immediately,
world.
which is probably why they stayed there a
This
little
is
longer
insane.
than you would normally think. Instead of just grabbing him and rushing off stage, they wanted to make
Space
sure that
lasers.
anything they might do in that regard wouldn't
The
further
woke
injure
north.
him. So they want to make
ATM
sure that
I want you to hold on the line for just 1 second, because we are getting word that President Biden has issued a statement. I want to go to Ed O'Keefe, who has that statement with him. Ed is in Milwaukee. Ed, go ahead.
Adriana, the president has issued a written statement saying, I have been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who were at the rally as we await further information. Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety.
How do you even
There's
say
no
that
place
if
for
he's a
this
threat to democracy? I'm sorry, you're just not serious then.
Condemn it. CBS News can also report that the president will be making a statement in person or on camera later
shit.
tonight. It is unclear where exactly, but he is at his beach house in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, and we're seeing word
the president,
that the
not
motorcade
Trump.
Has left that house, so he may be going to a facility there in Rehoboth Beach that can be used for unexpected, unforeseen events like this, when he might have to make some kind of a statement. It's unclear, but we'll wait and hear. We should also...
If Biden celebrated the assassination attempts or made light of it, it would make him look like shit to moderates. Oh, of course. You can't do that. No. I'm making fun of Joe Biden just because ideologically I disagree. But, you know, I just love that this comes as such a shock to people. Suddenly everyone goes, oh, this is just too far. Fuck! A weight fell out of my fidget spinner. And it's like, dude, America is a violent, like, colonial empire with more guns in it than people. What the fuck? How is, like, political violence surprising? America is founded on political violence. Yeah, my fidget spinner's fine. Thank you, chat. This should have happened in 2016, frankly.
Is a former Secret Service official, and we're getting new information, AT, that this is being called a sniper incident, and that this this person was outside of the perimeter. Tell us what it means when something's labeled officially as a sniper incident. What does that mean to you, and especially for agents working this on the ground?
If it was that small of a caliber that it just barely grazed him, it sounded so small. It was such a small pop. It was probably not a high caliber rifle. So what if it was a ghost gun? It doesn't have to be. That's just my speculation. It could have been a 22. I think it was buckshot? No.
In an inner
He wasn't even
perimeter.
in
If this
the perimeter
person somehow made their way beyond that and was able to do this,
Snake
that
wouldn't have
will be
missed.
a point within this investigation, you know, to try to determine what happened and why it happened, quite frankly.
Was probably suppressed.
And ET, how
Maybe.
large are perimeters
They did find
for
him
these types of
immediately,
events?
so I don't know.
I mean, for someone to have been able to breach the
1
perimeter,
billion
have been
cow.
posted potentially outside of it, and have the precision that they may have had, we
Snake for president. You'd be surprised actually what the second game is about.
Depends on the venue. If there's natural barriers between, sort of the outskirts of the perimeter and a farther distance, and we're talking about,
I'm so excited to
natural
play it on stream.
obstructions, then that is going to play a role in how big the perimeter becomes. It
Not
sounds
George
like
Bush
if
Snake.
what we are hearing here is
Kind of true, actually. The BBC interview with a guy outside the security perimeter who claims he saw the shooter before he fired. I don't know if this is legit.
Inside the event, but you were just outside. Tell us what you saw.
So we had a party here all day. You can see behind us at the Brinkles Farming Greenhouse here. We had a party, and we all decided, hey, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees up there under the shade, and watch and listen to the rally. Right?
Irish
we couldn't see
caveman.
him, but we could hear him. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea.
How did he go to the ground that made his shoes come off? Secret Service tackled him and formed a literal human shield with like 10 guys. So they knocked him to the ground.
Us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there.
Yeah, the hat is insane.
We're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle.
Wait, what?
The guy crawling. We walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, but we noticed the guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, and we're pointing.
The hat is from 2020. He wrote 4 on it.
Right? He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely.
That's not his hair. That's the hat.
Police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling.
He's crawling.
And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots rang out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes?
Yeah, he's being interviewed by the fucking Penguin. That's separate, though.
Him up there for a couple of minutes?
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling the police and the Secret Service?
We were telling
From Batman. Spirit Halloween ass hat, true.
the police. We were pointing at them for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
binoculars?
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went,
Cops
he
are
was
so
behind
incompetent.
where they could see. But
Why is Biker Temappetat a Trump rally?
He wasn't at the Trump rally. He was having a tailgate party in his
Secret Service
backyard.
on all of these roofs here. I
Or
mean,
at a
this is
restaurant
not
or
a
some
big
shit.
place.
Did you see, obviously everyone, when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all?
Oh yeah, they blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
Okay, just be careful because we don't quite know who's watching, but you're pretty sure they shot the guy?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
Yep.
You saw that happen?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And did you see them go up
Okay, I actually believe him.
to him afterwards? Or?
They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it. It was
I
over.
believe him.
It's incredibly shocking.
The guy was on the roof right there. You can see the white roof right there.
Show me it!
No, other than he was in muted colors, tan type clothing. We saw the rifle flinging around as he was trying to crawl. We saw the rifle.
Lefsicle, thank you for the tier 1.
100%.
Do you know about guns? Do you know what kind of weapon it was?
Oh, I absolutely know about guns, for sure. It was a rifle of some sort. I wouldn't know, I wasn't close enough to read the label on it, but
Could have been too impressed
it was
with
a
our
rifle
capital.
of some
It looks
sort.
like shit.
Yeah.
Well, the Secret Service have already been to where the shooter was, according to this guy. I don't know if this is confirmed, though.
Absolutely.
So How do you process what you've just seen?
I don't know what to say, man. All I'll tell you is, you know, if I walked up close to there with anything that Secret Service considered a problem, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. But I don't know why a guy,
yeah, show me to the roof,
there pointing out to police and Secret Service is crawling up the roof. Yes, we're right there by that tree. We were outside the security perimeter. But my question is, there's only a few buildings around here. Why is Secret Service not at every building here?
Well, there's a whole bunch of questions I think that are going to come.
There's a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah.
Yes, she was right in front of me. She kept going back and forth right in front of me.
They aren't even showing the roof. This is insane.
Tell us about her.
I mean, nice horse, nice lady running with a flag. Seemed very...
Okay, that sounds unrelated. He's calling it an inside job. He's just, there's a lot of questions. More footage, I guess. Oh, this was of the media. Joe Biden will make a statement tonight. Watch out if the shooter isn't dead. Bro's gonna track him down. He's already Super Saiyan 1.
Where's our security? We're gonna bring in now someone else who was there. Senate candidate David McCormick.
This was during the shooting. That's why it's hectic.
Mr. McCormick, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Please describe what you saw, what transpired, and where you were when all of this happened.
Yeah, well, I was in the front row. President Trump was facing the audience, and I was to his right in the front row. And he had just announced me, and
Bro, Joe can't speak tonight. He's gonna say he did it on accident. Yeah, it is past his bedtime. I shot Vice President Trump, Jack. It was me. I attempted to assassinate the bourgeois candidate. The billionaire class must be eradicated, starting with my opponent, Jack.
Knocked him down and jumped on top of him.
It was me.
And then they got him to his feet, and they were surrounding him. And you saw
we're past 8 p.m.
come out of the group, or I think making it clear that he seemed like he was okay.
He can if it's an official act.
Actually hit or not. There looked like there was a little bit of blood, but his fist came out as, I guess, a sign that he was okay. And then to my back, there was some commotion, and I looked over my shoulder. Everybody was, the moment the shots happened, everybody got down on
It's
their
genuinely
knees or
so
down
scary.
on
This election is a shit show. America's a shit show. It has been for a very long time.
Features had been hit, and the people around, it looked like it looked like a large man. People were trying to administer first aid, and there was blood everywhere, unfortunately. And eventually, within a few minutes, the police came and carried that person out, presumably to get the kind of emergency care they needed. But it was obviously a very frightening moment. It was clear that the president was under attack, and it was clear that people were being hurt, and it wasn't clear whether there was one shooter or two shooters or whether they were done. And so you can imagine
Guy's
it was a crowd
aim was
of
whack. Who
15,000
chose
people.
this guy?
It seemed about 15,000 is what the law enforcement people had told us.
How did Secret Service manage to murder an attendee if he was on a rooftop? Secret cops are incompetent. I mean, the assassination attempt has radicalized moderates to Trump's side. This is disastrous, and we need a real attempt to get Biden back into office. And the government is mostly disorganized for a socialist revolution to take place. Well, socialist revolution is impossible, I think, in America right now. So much needs to dramatically change for the conditions to be even like remotely possible. Yeah, needed aim labs for real. It's an auto aim hack. Being a human shield must be an awful job. True. Yeah, America has zero revolutionary potential. Who chose that guy? Yeah, we're accelerating.
I wasn't focused just solely on the president when the shots started happening, and it seemed from where I was
aim labs is
sitting,
aim training. Oh, I always thought it was aimbot.
From me,
my bad.
But I think there's also a possibility the shots were coming from two sides. I'm not, I don't know what's been discovered thus far, but I'm not sure it was just one gunman or two gunmen. But clearly it was, clearly it was an attack on.
That's what he said when he got up. He's like, "Fight, kill him."
The Secret Service almost acted instantaneously once the shots
Yeah,
started.
launched one revolution in 1776, bourgeois revolution for capital owners only, and they held on to power ever since.
A perimeter around the former president, shielding him with their bodies. David, you describe, one of the former President
I scratched
Trump.
my balls harder than Trump got grazed by that bullet. Okay, chatter.
Well, these bullets could have been coming from any direction, or did you have any sense of where they were coming from? I know that you said that you weren't sure if they were coming from one place.
Right. Well, it wasn't clear to me. From where I was sitting, it felt like the bullets probably came from across the other side of the crowd, because if they missed the president, then they would have hit somebody behind me or, someone in my part of the crowd. So I thought I heard shots coming from that direction, but others thought that they heard shots coming from other directions. And, I was a military person, so one of the things, it's always hard, it's not always easy to tell where the shots are originating from. So, it's, they weren't huge sounds, they weren't booming sounds. They sounded like almost a small caliber weapon. In moments of chaos like this, you always have to be careful you don't jump to conclusions. But I think they felt like they came from the president's left, from where I was sitting.
And David, these events are loud. So for these sounds to pierce through the crowd and all of the noise, everyone reacting quickly, getting down. I mean, we've all been through lockdown training, unfortunately. Tell us a bit about the scene with the victim that you saw. Where did it appear that this person had been hit, and how severe were those injuries?
It was really hard to tell. It was a lot of blood. So it wasn't clear where the bullet had struck him and how how severe the wound was.
Joe has to come out as bisexual. It's the only way.
That's not entirely clear to me. But it was obviously a lot of blood, so I'm assuming he was pretty severely wounded, and I'm hoping and praying he's okay.
2-minute warning for Biden.
David, stand by. Thank you so much for that account. You were there. You were in the front row. I'm here with Bob Costa, who's been, as we're sitting here reporting
someone shares
to
my feelings of apathy. Politically, this doesn't really change that much. It just increases what right-wingers, or increases the chance of right-wing violence.
Bob, what's the latest that you've been hearing?
Stage tweets are popping off. Might be a good thing if it memifies Trump to the point where being a Trump voter immediately identifies you as a straight cultist. No, that's just like being very online. That has nothing to do with like real politics at all.
On to Trump, and then you see there's confusion about exactly what happened in terms of the injury for former President Trump. This is a major moment for President Biden, not only the President of the United States, becomes just days before the Republican National Convention, and as President Biden is facing consternation in his party over his recent debate performance in Atlanta. The president is someone who has had his differences, to say the least, with former President Trump over the course of this campaign. But we are in a fragile national moment when there's this kind of violence at a political event.
You give me history teacher vibes, TBH. I used to want to be a history teacher. I used to. Before the incident.
Top of the morning, 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 top of the morning. Hold on.
I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently, he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence.
First time here, why is my cursor a hammer? Because it's funny. You can hit Joe Biden with it.
Country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And so
And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have been engaged in making sure that and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I am able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. But so far, it appears he's doing well.
This is the clone.
Number one.
This is who's really in charge.
They're thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do, okay?
Mr. President, do you think there was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to, I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments.
God,
Thank
one
you.
question is all it takes.
That was President Biden addressing the nation after former President Trump was presumptively shot at a rally in Pennsylvania.
He was asked if it was an assassination attempt.
This rally, we are told the potential shooter is dead. Someone in the crowd is also dead. But what really stood out to me from this address was the president called former President Trump Donald. I'm trying to get a hold of Donald. I hope he's okay. All of the kind of political vernacular has kind of faded away, and now he's talking human to human.
Oh my God.
He said Donald is with doctors.
So
I'm trying to get a hold of him. He, of course, condemned what happened, condemned political violence. He said, quote, "It's sick."
He also said he's trying to learn more information. We do know that some kind of firearm was discharged, and we're trying to learn about how what exactly happened. We have heard from Donald Trump Jr. as well, just in the last few minutes, sent by an aide. Don Jr. was not there. Donald Trump Jr. not there. But he said, quote, "I just spoke to my father on the phone, and he is in great spirits. He will never stop fighting to save America, no matter what the radical left throws at him." Okay, we don't know about the intention of this shooter or motivation in any way at this time. That's a quote from Donald Trump Jr., the former president's son. President Biden, in his brief remarks from Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, a place where he likes to enjoy some peace and quiet on the weekend, not this weekend,
Don't be rude.
having to speak out about violence at a political rally. He called it sick.
We have Major Garrett also on the line. Major, what do you take away from the president's remarks, and what are you hearing from your sources?
Well, first of all, everyone, I just got to Milwaukee. I got here about 5 minutes ago, right off the airplane, and was shocked to hear the news out of Butler, Pennsylvania. The president's remarks are all the nation knows, and he's at the top of the pyramid of all the available information. I can tell you this from Milwaukee. I just got off the phone with Reince Priebus, former Republican National Committee chairman, former White House chief of staff to Donald Trump, and now currently the chairman of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. He said three things. One, he's been on the phone with those close to former President Trump. The former President Trump is well, does not expect to change anything about the program here in Milwaukee. Will come in here, if anything, more energized, more raring to go. That is a word from Reince Priebus about everything that is planned for the 4 days to commence tomorrow here in Milwaukee. I asked Reince Priebus, do you expect the security situation here in Milwaukee to change as a result?
Just got off the phone with nice penis. I'm trying to watch Fox News, but it literally won't let me. I'm being censored. They don't want me to watch Fox News. They literally don't. I tried to Bot raid? I literally don't even see it. Scroll up? Oh, what the hell? I see. Drop hoop. Mods. Sub only. Make it more liquid. They're trying to do ASCII art or whatever, but it's not working. Yeah, 30-minute follower only. Thank you. Thank you. And then is there a way to turn the follow time on or something, or like add? I think you can only follow with a verified account or something. So I think that's set. We should be good. Thank you, Raven. Whoever did that, suck my dick.
That were in the stand. He was not breathing. He did not have a pulse or at all. He appeared fairly gravely ill. With the help of
Is that one of the guys that got shot?
People, I was able to get him back up on a bench and I administered CPR. I breathed for him, standard CPR, and also did chest compressions. There was a lot of blood that was spilt on the stands where he lay, as well as brain matter.
Doctor, did he appear to have any family with him, or did he seem like he was alone?
He seemed like there was two family members. I continued to try to resuscitate him. Two Pennsylvania State police officers approached and tapped me and said, "We got him." They're big guys. They lifted him off the bench.
Secret Service trying to protect Trump. Looks like me struggling to get in on a group.
Family. I said, "No, I'm an emergency department physician, just trying to help." And they gathered up two family members and they left.
Doctor, this is Margaret Brennan in Washington. I am sorry for all that you have gone through. Thank you for sharing your account. I wonder if you can share with us any detail of what you witnessed in terms of whether you saw what the injury was caused by. Was there impact from the bullet, or, as we're seeing rumors of, was there shrapnel, was there glass that sprayed that also caused injuries in the area?
Yeah, no, this was a bullet wound that was in the right temporal area above the right ear.
Lancy and V, thank you for the tier 1.
The bone was...
Gen Kagmeyer.
Excuse me for saying this, brain matter coming there. So it really was a bullet wound.
They say dead for the shooter, but killed for the attendee. They said like neutralized for the shooter at first.
I did not see an exit wound.
We're watching the language evolve.
Did you, Doctor, have any visibility into others in the area who might have had injuries?
Wait,
and could you tell from the distance you were at what the former president was injured by? We can see in images that there was blood, but we don't know if, for example, he had a close call, if this was shrapnel, if this was glass, or do you have any way of knowing?
I have no way of knowing the injuries to the president. I was focused entirely on that poor individual that was shot. And I once you're in that mode, you really don't pay attention for surroundings. I did look briefly for any guns or weapons.
Who do you think shot him so far? I have no idea. Oh, Trump or the guy in the crowd? I think the people in the crowd were shot by Secret Service, without a doubt. I don't know how this MF missed.
The origin of the shot?
I couldn't tell. Again, I'm not a telemetry expert, but the way the wound entered, it was, I think, from trees or from a distance, it seemed. And sometimes it looked like an assassination. They'll shoot the individual in front of them so they then can shoot their true target. I just thought of that as I was dealing with this individual.
Doctor, since you are a medical professional, the fact that the former president was able to stand up, we heard him say, you know, get my shoe. He had a trickle of blood, but he had his arms around others. That would...
Is it bad that I hope Trump supporters understand attending American schools now? That is not the lesson that they're going to walk away from. Self-victimization is a fetish for conservatives, okay? This is not a moment of, like, mourning or grief, especially because he's not dead.
When I turned around, the Secret Service were already piled on him. And
for conservatives, this is a time of vindication and revenge.
Assess the president how he was walking off.
That is what we're looking at
stage.
now.
The first thing I said when I got up and I turned to my friend said,
which was already low-key the case. So it's just we're doubling down.
And so to me, that indicated that the wound was not severe, at least at that moment.
Doctor, you were there as an attendee. Tell us about the level of security required to enter these fairgrounds.
It was quite tight. I mean, it was a good hour to get in. There were an hour to get in the line to go through the metal detectors. I happen to have artificial knees that always lights up metal detectors, and they had to wand me after I got in. And
that's why the guy was perched outside of the event.
It was quite tight. I felt pretty secure there. Okay. Also, where my vantage point in the stands, I could observe, I could observe what I consider to be SWAT snipers with silencers and different guns.
Oh God, they got him.
I think we just
they took him out.
The reason, Adriana, that description of
Another
the
one
distance
down.
is so important is it gets to the security protocols. Clearly, the security perimeter was not broad and wide enough. If, as we were just hearing from our eyewitness, it took over an hour to get through those metal detectors and screening.
So small.
And someone was able at a distance to take a fairly clear shot that close to a Secret Service detailee.
I just got a text from the former president's son, Donald Trump Jr. He's been on the phone.
Has the libs of TikTok tweeted yet? Yeah, I'm sure they are like, it's probably a trans shooter.
The son of...
My examples are 2 of them before. Randomly.
Ed O'Keefe is standing by. I believe he's in Milwaukee. Ed, are you there? Can you hear me?
That's right. Margaret, I can. Can you hear me?
I can. Ed, we already knew that Milwaukee was in a heightened level of
then it's okay because there's a community
security-wise. Because this is a large gathering. All large gatherings these days are highly scrutinized, but for the RNC, there's high security. Do you have any sense on the ground if protocols are changing, or if any of the Secret Service you're seeing there has any indication of what went wrong?
We are...
What have I missed?
During the day, in the hours before this, we observed local police and other police agencies that get sent here to assist Milwaukee local police in dealing with things like traffic control, crowd control. They were out and about sort of reviewing the lay of the land, getting a sense of it.
What I consider to be SWAT snipers with silencers and different guns.
Oh God, they got him.
I think we just
they took him out.
The reason
the so-called security sweep, or the thorough review of everything inside the convention perimeter, was beginning, led by the Secret Service. It was supposed to continue into the overnight hours.
He needed the Shinzo Abe gun. That only worked because he was literally like right in front of him. Because it was basically a shotgun.
To events that are scheduled to begin tomorrow. I know of one, for example, convention
Personally,
attendee.
I think Donald Trump being shot is really fucking funny. I agree with you. I think it is really funny. It's not funny that he survived. Someone died. Yeah, I think the Secret Service literally killed a random person in the crowd. But they also killed the gunman. Fuck.
Given that it is an outdoor event,
surviving, cringe.
like the campaign event in Pennsylvania. But otherwise, hotels here are beginning to fill up. Preparations are underway.
Biden was trying to make sure he couldn't get replaced by Kamala. Somebody got the names mixed up again.
The Biden campaign, let it be known moments before the president spoke, that the Biden campaign itself is moving tonight to stop all television and digital advertising across the country to acknowledge this moment, and is working to ensure that all outbound communication to voters, in essence, that's fundraising appeals and advertising, is stopped. To mark this
cool.
event.
Yeah,
That
I'm
is
sure
a
Donald Trump's going to
notable
do the same
pause.
thing, man. Yeah, let's just he'll actually drop out in honor of Donald Trump and just let him win, actually, instead.
I can't believe man rolled a nat 0 on that shit.
I know, dude. Complete miss. Check failed. Yeah, I'm sure Trump supporters are going to love that shit. Thanks, man. Yeah, they'll totally switch to you now.
Air. Tell me what you thought about the language.
Honestly, I think if Trump died there, I think there would be a fascist uprising and put him up as a martyr. It would be leaderless, though. No one can take up his mantle. No one's even close. That's why the Republican Party has been scrambling so hard since he lost, and why they need him to win now. It's why Project 2025 is as overarching as it is. Yeah, the Republican movement is over the minute Trump dies. Pretty much, it's probably going to fracture into multiple different ideologies with different leaders, and I don't think they'll have a cohesive project for some time after him. Amber Alert for what? Not Mito. Yeah, he's one of a kind. That's why he's done so much.
We'll just have to monitor here in the coming hours how these two leaders and perhaps former presidents, Margaret.
If Trump wins again, what happens to the Republican Party when he can no longer run? That's a different question. He'll probably be too old, even if he loses. He's too old to run again. This is kind of his last chance. But, I mean, he would probably want to retire. He doesn't want to die in office. He just wants to, finish the job. It just depends. I mean, the Republicans probably haven't even planned that far ahead.
Brian.
They're still, I mean, they're only now focusing on the first 100 days of Trump's presidency when they're going to, declare that there's only two genders officially. Which is the stupidest piece of legislation imaginable.
The shooter was outside of that cordon area, as we've been discussing. It was a couple hundred yards away from former President Trump. It was on that elevated structure. Shot and killed by a member of the Secret Service counter-assault team.
When are you playing video games? I will soon. I want to see if Trump makes a statement.
The president is talking about unity, trying to cut through the politics and talk about the humanity of the situation. The vice president has also issued a statement. She says that she's been briefed. She says, Doug and I are relieved that he is not seriously injured. We are praying for him, his family, and all.
I mean, Joe Biden shutting down his campaign is low-key good if we're actually trying to replace him. Keep it shut down. Don't waste the money. Don't waste the time. But don't replace Joe Biden too quickly either. I feel bad for Pethan's Italian uncle. Why? He lives in California. He's fine.
And if former President Trump was hit by a bullet or from debris, some evidence he might have been cut by the glass. He's surrounded by teleprompters, which are plastic or glass, depending on the event on stage. Different elements are on stage as well. Again, from Nicole Skanga at CBS News, the suspect was on a shed. Again, that elevated platform outside the security perimeter. Usually, multiple sources tell CBS News the president or Republican nominee would have some sort of protective glass in the area, but it's unclear at this event what the extent was of the security around former President Trump.
And this on a day when, the campaigns are in full swing. Just today, I just read that statement from the vice president. She had a campaign event in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia. That was indoors.
Dark Brandon.
These events have different levels of security based on the risk. There, of course, is more risk when you are
This
outside.
is so funny how many shitty
There is
pictures.
less
Okay, now they're
ability
showing
to
the one
control all
conservatives
the
keep
elements.
posting. But how many
don't
like
know
really
exactly
bad
what
ones? This one's
but
not
we
bad
do
either.
know that an alleged assailant has been neutralized. We believe him, if it is a man, to have been up on a roof.
CBS reporting at this point is that it is a male, and we're having communication issues ourselves on this end, and this is a breaking news environment. So stay with us in this fluidity.
Come
but
back,
I want
finish the
to
job.
make sure that our control room in New York tells me that we have someone on the phone right now who was an eyewitness to events. I'd like to be able to speak to him. I'm told his name is Josh Dresling. Josh, are you there, and can you hear all of us?
It was Kamala in a coconut.
I'm here, and I can hear you.
Wonderful. Josh, can you give us a little context? Why were you at the rally today?
I was just an observer there to take some pictures and see the goings on of this whole movement in our country, and then chaos kind of broke out.
You're a journalist, or why? You stood in the heat in an hour, and you went through security and at this campaign. You're a pretty interested photographer. Tell me a little bit about why you were there and what you saw.
I'm an amateur journalist. I mostly cover music and that kind of stuff. So this was more of a personal kind of adventure today. I was there and bared through the heat and went through the security with, there was several thousands of people there, and it was very hot. And I made my way to basically the center of the crowd. I was a little bit off to the right of the podium, about 50 yards away, standing there with, shoulder to shoulder with many, many other people. And then I heard one pop, and then a second pop, 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 and then there was like four or five that followed that.
Dark Brandon
and
was the real Slim Shady all along.
Which would have been Trump's left, where the video that you were showing, there was two people that.
Yeah, this is like, I think what's really bizarre to me. Weird to see people condemn political violence who are ambivalent to a genocide. Yeah. That's, I think, why I'm so, like, confused. Seeing Joe Biden be like, this is sick. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? It doesn't track. I've seen some sick shit in Gaza, like literally. That was kind of tame, to be honest, what we just watched. And a little funny. That's what I say. Ethan's eyes are red from crying because he was scared Trump got hurt. Did you hear about the gay furry hacker group that hacked the Heritage Foundation? I did cover that, yeah. Pretty effing funny. They got female bodyguards now. That's a new thing. The shooter yelling F you, or the people yelling F you to the shooter at the end of the clip gives me end of Midsummer vibes.
As far as that.
F you.
Okay, Josh, thank you. Adriana or Bob, did you have any questions?
I continued to hear from sources close to former President Trump, family members like Donald Trump Jr., top House Republicans, top Senate Republicans. They are all trying to give the family some space tonight as the family directly communicates with former President Trump. But those who have spoken to Donald Trump Jr. and other family members say former President Trump is reiterating to his closest advisors and family members that he is fine. But so many people on both sides of the aisle shook by this outbreak of violence in Pennsylvania. We are still trying to learn more about what exactly happened on stage. We have seen the images, we have seen the video, but what exactly happened in terms of the trajectory of the firearm discharge, if they were bullets, if there was some other type of event that happened in the vicinity of the stage. We heard from David McCormick, the Senate candidate, an eyewitness and sitting in the first row watching the former president. The former president, though physically, personally defiant, we're told tonight by those closest to him, doing fine. Everyone in his circle shook. And you saw President Biden tonight weighing in. Not just a statement on paper, but take
for a real one. His favorite drink. Pouring one out.
He
for
believes
him.
this is a sick moment in American political history. Former President Trump fined,
Diet
the
cock.
shooter killed, another person killed. But you see a security failure, as Margaret Brennan and others have been detailing with their reporting. A.T. Smith and others have been discussing. To have someone, as CBS News has confirmed, on an elevated structure, not that far, just hundreds of yards, mere hundreds of yards away from a former president of the United States, one of the most
Blair White has lost the
arguably
plot.
protected
Yeah,
people in the.
duh. Blair White has never had the plot. Oh, I see. He's laying flat. Is that? Yeah. Makes sense.
Roof of this structure, not far from the crowd. And you had eyewitnesses now pouring out of this event in Butler, Pennsylvania, expressing astonishment that some of them saw this person on the roof and shocked that the Secret Service ultimately did take action to take out the shooter, but of course not in time before something happened with an apparent firearm. The former president, his fist in the air. That photo, the photos of his image of Trump leaving the stage with his arm in the air have circulated like wildfire among his closest supporters and allies. And it should be noted, many of Trump's supporters on social media tonight extremely angry. It's not going to reflect all of the verbatims of what we're seeing on social media from some of the Republicans
Joe Biden
around
has
Trump.
initiated, executed Order 66.
As much as it is a crime investigation and a security moment, many people already in this country very angry. At
That's
the
a
other
fucking
side, not just
Daily
on a
Wire
partisan
joke
red
for
versus
you.
blue level, but we cover it all the time here at CBS News. There's a visceral nature to the emotions.
Imagine how
that pour
hilarious
out
it
on
would
the
have been if
campaign
the
trail.
gun was aimed a
To that
quarter of
point,
an
Bob
inch
Costa,
closer to
with
Trump's
Robert
brain.
O'Brien, the former national security
Just a
advisor
little
to
bit
Donald Trump,
closer.
who sent out a statement saying we've got to take the political temperature down. He and Mike Lee, the senator, issued this jointly. We've got to take the political temperature down, as evidenced by what happened in Pennsylvania today. So two key
Execute Rule
Republican
34.
Trump supporters calling for the rhetoric, the
Coulda had it
political
in
violence, the
4K.
threats of it to be lowered. That is
But
in
who did it? We don't
stark
know.
contrast
Still don't know.
to the head of the Trump campaign, when the top Trump campaign.
The Secret Service probably
officials,
does
you
know
were
by now.
reading
They probably
statements
do have a
from
name
earlier.
and a
We
face
are also
by
looking
now,
at social media
definitely.
posts from other
They just haven't said anything.
Republicans who are quite angry. Everyone should be angry that this security failure happened, but in a way that
Do you think he
will
lost hearing
raise
his right
further
ear?
concern
Unfortunately, no.
of someone
just like a flesh wound.
misinterpreting things and perhaps carrying out further political violence. Law enforcement will
Oh
want
God,
to
are they
lower
finding?
this
Oh
temperature.
no, dude, they're
They
trying
will.
to find people. That's so fucked up. Shooter Mark Violets apparently posted this 1 hour before the attack. The fuck? They're trying to fucking pin it on someone, dude. It was Lee Harvey Oswald's son. Oops.
You heard what we believe to be a series of gunshots. According to the log I see, there were at least 3 shots heard. How many did you hear?
I believe we heard 4 shots. It was very confusing because the shots did not sound like they were gunshots. Sounded like they were fireworks. And we were sitting about 50 feet from this giant green tractor, which is a combine. And I look over and I saw plumes of dust, but I thought, that's not what a gunshot sounds like. And then the chaos ensued and we all got down on the ground and I could actually hear bullets whizzing by. So I think the interesting thing to note when you're looking at all of the footage that is online and President Trump is directly in front of you on the screen, all of this action was taking place to the right of the president. So we were on the ground
To the
for
right.
about a minute. We all stood up.
I think she's confused.
And that's
I'm
when
gonna be
I
honest.
posted quite a lengthy video on
They were doing
my
fireworks,
Instagram
duh.
that shows the exact area where we heard the gunshots coming
He
from. Now, it's
360 no
interesting to
scoped his
note
ear and hit the
that
gritty.
the gunshots obviously hit a large piece of
Don't be
equipment
rude.
that was holding a giant.
Fixed link what the shooter posted. Is that real? Is this? Do not clip that. I didn't even want to unmute it. What the fuck was I supposed to do? I didn't want to unmute that.
Absolutely, we did not hear any shots. That was neutralized the shooter. I absolutely.
You guys are so unserious. The president has been killed, and this is how you're acting.
Shot of further back, them doing some kind of triage on someone. I had thought it was the shooter, but now as I'm watching the news, it looks like the shooter is on top of a building. I don't know if that is true or not. But I think it's also interesting to note that the Butler Farm Show area doesn't have good cellular service. So it was, you know, really, people did not know what was going on. And it wasn't until I drove home to Grove City,
Rest in peace,
Pennsylvania,
Donald
and
Trump.
turned on the news that I actually saw the president being hit with the bullet.
I believe, are you from Pennsylvania?
He was a fucking
because
kid.
I believe Pennsylvania is one of those states that allows concealed weapons to be carried.
Yes. I have a concealed carry permit.
Okay, so you know what a gunshot sounds like. Do you have any idea what kind of rifle this was?
If I had to guess,
she thought it was a
and
firework.
again, I don't know if I was hearing a ricochet. I did not hear a rifle make a sound of a bullet leaving a rifle because I thought it was a firecracker. I would have bet money on it being a low caliber gun, a 22, but I could have been hearing a ricochet. I also could have giant.
Fixed link what the shooter posted. Is that real? Is this? Do not clip that.
Game catch my giant.
Alex
thing.
and Jelly, thank you for the prime. I'll feature that. That's funny. Suppressed Rickroll.
Social. This is a verbatim of what he posted moments ago.
Stealth.
I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all law enforcement for the rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured.
Is that the shooter?
This is all verbatim from Trump's Truth Social. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. CBS News has confirmed that. More verbatim. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper right part of my ear. He says on his Truth Social he believes he was shot, quote, with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew
He was
immediately
asleep
that
for
something
the
was
start
wrong.
of the stream and wasn't able to say drop up. Drop up 3.
Bullet ripping through the skin.
Drop up.
Much bleeding took place.
That was really
so
loud.
I realized then what was happening. God bless America, end quote. This is a statement moments ago from former President Trump on his Truth Social media account. He said nothing is known at this time about the shooter who is now dead. He believes he was shot, he says on his Truth Social, with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear, as he put it. He said he heard a whizzing sound, shots, and felt what he calls a bullet ripping through the skin. CBS News is still reporting out the exact details of what unfolded on stage in terms of the firearm, what happened on top of that.
I need the full Trump Social
building,
post.
Hundreds of yards away, where the shooter was, who was
Trump
ultimately
Social.
killed, was seen by many eyewitnesses. We're trying to figure out
It
what
was
exactly
the gay
happened on
ear.
stage when a firearm was discharged. But that
It
is
was
what
officially
former
the
President
gay
Trump,
ear.
Margaret, said tonight on his True Social account. His version, his statement of what just happened. As we have said, his family believes he is fine. They are talking to him. He is communicating with his aides and his family members tonight. He also just
Oh my
posted
God.
this on True Social, ending with "God bless America." He said, "Much bleeding took place. Whizzing sound
Much
shots.
bleeding.
He felt something ripping through his skin."
Well, he
Much
is
bleeding took
always
place.
colorful and graphic in describing.
This is his official post. I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong, in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized that was what was happening. God bless America. Metal Gear instead of Elden Ring. Can we get a poll, chat? Metal Gear Solid or Elden Ring? I'll do whatever. I'll do
He
whoever
says on
wins.
True Social tonight, he believes it was a bullet. We are still reporting out this story at CBS News. Part of it is his account as he sees it.
I am told that our CBS colleague from KDKA, Jennifer Barrasso, is on the line right now. She is outside the scene of the rally. Jennifer, what did you witness?
Horny game.
Hi there. So I have a
Teeth and
witness
ring.
right now. He had just showed up at the Trump rally just a short time before it started, and he actually tells me that he saw the shooter on the building, and his name is Benjamin Macer. Thank you so much for
Biden
staying
dating
around.
sim?
Just
I
take
can.
me back.
I can do that too.
What were you doing before the shooting happened, and then what did you see and hear?
Metal
I was
Gear is
just
taking it.
hanging, standing there
41
like everybody
votes.
else, waiting for Trump. And as Trump started, I noticed two officers that were looking for something or somebody. I was looking around myself and seeing a guy.
Funny enough, I actually
on
did
top
buy
of one
this
of the
chat.
buildings,
I found a good deal on it,
go in
and I
between
bought it
one building to the next,
for my PC.
and went and told the officer that he was up there. And when I went back to my spot, I heard that people
Another
could
guy who saw
still
someone
see
crawling.
the person from where they were standing. So I checked that out, and I went.
No, I saw
and
this. We saw this
went
already.
back to tell the officer that if he came over there, he could see them. And when I turned my back is when the shots started, and then it took me a second or two to figure out exactly what it was, and then it was just getting out of there and helping some
Trump
some
mod
other
for
person
Hitman would be
out
something
with
I
her
would pay
child,
for.
and we got out, and that was
Metal Gear is
that was
taking
the end of that.
over
and I went
Elden
and
Ring.
left.
People want the horny game.
That was all.
If we have time,
So the
maybe we can
viewers
play
have some
Hitman
perspective.
after.
Behind us, okay, is the American Glass Research Company. Okay, can you kind of describe the building behind us, the tan building right there? Can you take a look at it? And then where was the shooter exactly?
Calm
There's
down.
more buildings behind
Metal
the
Gear is
tan
too
building that
horny.
we can see, and we were back there, and there's
This
two
is Gen
buildings,
Z's
2 or 3
9/11.
buildings behind that, and he was on both of them. I assume both of them when he went on that small
Metal Gear
section
has
from
taken
one
over
to
the
the other,
poll.
and
Metal
that
Gear
was,
horny.
That was where I last saw him, was the end of his day.
So this man was able to basically climb to the next building, and you told law enforcement,
Yeah, I
hey,
know there's a
there's
Trump security
a guy
game.
over there.
Correct. I don't know how he got up there. I don't know any of that, but I definitely saw him up there and went to the officer, and that was all I know.
We'll do Joe
Did you
Biden
get a good
too.
look at the shooter?
No, I don't know. I don't know anything about him
Gloom
other
in
than
chat, ripping the pen.
I believe he had a gray shirt on, but that's about as much as I know.
And then what happened after the shots were fired? Can you describe just the panic and just the fear I'm sure you felt?
There was definitely panic. We started out of there. And I went away a little bit and noticed there was a lady trying to get out of there with her two chairs and her little child, and I helped her. I carried the child out and her chairs for her, and we got her out, and she said that there was
Secret
her
Service
dad
has
was still
released
up
a
there and told me
statement.
what he
Can
was
you link
wearing. So I
it?
went back up and found her dad and told him where he could find his daughter.
Show me to me, please.
And then that was it. I left and got myself out of there.
So the building where the shooter was, if you look to your left, it's that light tan building that we're seeing to the left of that brown building, correct?
Correct. Back behind the couple of trees.
And any idea just where he was positioned in terms of shooting at the former president?
He was just on the roof that he would have been.
Unrelated Wario doodle.
Almost parallel to
That's so funny.
The stage.
Thank you, improv name.
See the president from where I was, but I knew where the stage was.
So you were telling me that you actually told law enforcement, hey, there is a
Holy
guy
shit,
over there.
another guy did?
Correct.
2 people?
What was their response again?
They were he just took that information and went towards the building looking for the person, and I'm not sure. Like I said,
didn't find him?
Turned around is when the shots were, so I don't know what happened.
Cops are so
with that.
incompetent.
And then obviously my
They're literally going to say it was staged or something
Local
because
here.
they're so
what do you
stupid.
know about this company here?
I don't know anything about American Glass Research. I assume they do glass research, but
Whoa, what is this?
That's all I know.
And then,
Glass research?
Another witness I interviewed, he just is baffled, just confused how, with all of the police here, the Secret Service.
Yeah, the cops were Antifa. United States Secret Service PIS statement. During former President Trump's campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania on the evening of July 13th at approximately 6:15 p.m., a suspected shooter fired multiple shots toward the stage from an elevated position outside the rally venue. U.S. Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. U.S. Secret Service quickly responded with protective measures, and the former president is safe and being evaluated. 1 spectator was killed. 2 spectators were critically injured by the Secret Service. The incident is currently under investigation, and the Secret Service has formally notified the FBI. Be careful at a Trump rally. Might get fucking popped by a Secret Service agent for having a phone or whatever. Whoops.
Law enforcement saying that
if the shooter
he
killed
saw
those
this-
people, they would have not said
That's interesting, but I sure don't care.
ass research. If the shooter killed them, they would have known immediately. And they would have said that. Trump releasing a statement now. Get stick bugged, lol. Yeah, is that it? I caught it this time. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, well, you can't get fooled again.
Tuning in at this hour. The Secret Service is saying today in Butler, Pennsylvania, at approximately 6:15 p.m., a suspected shooter fired multiple shots.
Fuck. Still got me.
From an elevated position, as our eyewitnesses have been sharing with our audience, outside of the rally venue. The Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who's now deceased. Secret Service quickly responded with...
Sometimes I'll untime out someone who posts a link if they're not subbed. Just to be nice if it's relevant. But they found the identity of the shooter, wikipedia.com/wiki/trollface. Yeah, is that the identity of the shooter? I'm not untiming you out, actually. You stay in jail. I don't even know how long it is, but... Rot in prison. You bastard.
That area, how the shooter knew and could get to that elevated position and be able to take the shots that came this close to the 45th president of the United States.
And to that point, Margaret, we have new reporting from Nicole Skanga that there is now planning currently underway to expand the perimeter at the Republican National Convention to create a buffer zone around the event. And at 8:42 p.m. Eastern tonight, former President Trump issued a statement on Truth Social. He said, quote, "I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also
I'm not vegetarian. Thank you for the gifted
sub. He recounted, in his view, whizzing sounds, quote, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place.
Much bleeding.
He says, end quote, on his Truth Social account.
And Bob, you're talking about those changing security protocols. I want to go out to Milwaukee, where Major Garrett is already on the ground ahead of the Republican National Convention, a high security event. Major, I have to imagine it's getting even more protection at this hour.
Is it not getting delayed?
Well, Margaret, let me share what's happening right now.
Yeah, he pissed
I'm about
himself.
2 blocks away from the arena where the Republican National Convention will be held. It's just over my shoulder. You can't see it over my shoulder, but trust me, it's 2 blocks that way.
One more time.
Already, the security perimeter is being built around that convention site, multiple blocks in every direction. As I reported earlier on our special coverage, Reince Priebus, the chairman of this Republican National Convention, was not, when he spoke to me about an hour ago, aware of any changes
Trump on his
yet
period.
in the security protocols here in Milwaukee. He said he would not be surprised if, in fact, the existing, very extensive security protocols and perimeters would either be hardened or extended, but nothing had been relayed to him yet.
Trump releasing a statement now. Get stick bugged, lol. Yeah, is that it? I caught it this time. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, well, you can't get fooled again.
Tuning in at this hour. The Secret Service is saying today in Butler, Pennsylvania, at approximately 6:15 p.m., a suspected shooter fired multiple shots.
Fuck. Still got me.
Happening right here
Bonus
in Milwaukee.
hole.
A couple of other things I can tell you, Margaret. Talking to those in the Trump inner circle about the events that will begin here tomorrow. I've talked to 2 sources within the Trump campaign who tell me that already the speeches that were prepared are being rewritten.
Stop baiting me.
And the rhetoric will reflect this event and many Republicans who take the stage, not just...
Yeah, Joe Biden is like, it's sick that political violence can happen in America. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is going to get on stage and be like, the crooked Biden administration aimed directly for my skull, but I dodged the bullet. I was too fast. They missed. They almost got me. Like, he's not going to fucking not self-victimize. That's the most powerful thing you can do in this moment as a manipulative politician.
To expect him to be visible tomorrow night here.
No doubt. Major Garrett there
And
just
highly
underscoring
trained.
again that they have extended the security
God protected me. Possible.
tomorrow in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Reminder that Trump's speechwriters literally use AI. We were watching one of his rallies and he was like, AI, what they can do with AI. It's amazing. My speechwriter, he came to me, he typed something in his computer, and then it changed right away. It's like amazing the things you can get out of it. I have my own AI
Ethan
inside
is
my
lying.
mind.
Please let me out chat. I have a wife and family back in the Italian homeland. Please help me, viewers. Help me, help me, help me. Mamma mia, I beg of you.
Stop, Italian TTS. You will not escape. Why did you send me Wikipedia page for blood?
Killed by a Secret Service counter-assault team. Sources say the shooter, who used a rifle, was acting from outside of the security perimeter, something that Secret Service themselves confirmed. Secret Service also said the shooter was standing on an elevated platform. We know from some reporting that that was a shed. A rally attendee who was there to support Donald Trump was also killed. The former president posted about his own injuries on social media. He said he wanted to extend his condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. We actually heard from Secret Service that it was 2 people or more than 1 person who have been critically injured. And we will try to track their recovery as we report out this story. It is still in the early moments. And I want to get to Scott McFarlane, our CBS reporter who was on the ground covering the rally for CBS News. Scott,
New
when
Trump album
really
cover just
the
dropped.
unimaginable happened, given how high security
Twitter is a disease.
procedures are at a rally like this.
The profound failure of enormous magnitude in securing this event.
This is literally
when you're on
fake.
the rafters
Also, this is
inside
Tim
this
Pool,
rally
I think.
site, you can see a car dealership. You can see office buildings in the distance. They're in your line of sight. But for everybody who came in, the thousands of people who are here today, you had to go through a magnetometer. You had to get wanded. Your bag had to...
Chill. Fucking literally back to the Wiimote speaker. Do you think they'll blame Hamas or LGBT extremists? It depends. This is a lie, though. Of course, they're already trying to, like, blame Antifa. And this is just Tim Pool, also. Antifa member. Yeah, card carrying. You guys all have your Antifa cards, right? Yeah, the narrative changes depending on the shooter's background. But either way, it's, you know, it's the left. Oh my god. I'm back again. Brianna Wu. I'm going to wait until we know who the shooter was and what their motivation was and not assume anything. If they are on the left, I will obviously condemn. Why are you condemning an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, Brianna Wu? Why are you, as someone who identifies as a progressive, condemning the assassination of an actual American fascist? No fun allowed. No revolution either, even if it was possible. No, it's not honorable. But what is factual is there's been a growing culture of calling for violence on the left, and this shit needs to stop. There's also the glorification of dying for a cause with Aaron Bushnell. First of all, this is just fucking disgusting. This is just a heinous thing to say. Like, the glorification of dying for a cause is literally a human, like, trait that has existed as long as society has. And Aaron Bushnell was extremely honorable. Like, genuinely just putrid. Who the fuck is Brianna Wu? Exactly. Just a fucking lib. Political moron. The liberal Tim Pool, who is just a more annoying version of Tim Pool. Bringing Aaron Bushnell into this is crazy. Yeah, and it's just to, like, police the left. Italy focus? Yeah, this is not real. A Roma football fan? No! It's Tim Pool. Tim Pool did not shoot the president. If I were the president and got shot at, I would just deflect the bullet with my ear or something. Run around on stage a bit. Throw my fists up, unbothered, in my lane. Win re-election in a landslide. What the fuck? OMG, the Hawk Tuah crowd is mad because the Trump shooting is stealing their attention during Hawk Tuah month.
Top of the morning, 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 top of the morning.
Hold on. Stop hating me. Unbothered. It's anti-democratic, it's counterproductive, it's morally disgusting. Meanwhile, top of the morning, top of the morning. This is so repugnant. You don't stand for anything, Brianna Wu. You just don't. Just vote. Just vote really hard. I like saying that, like, calls for violence on the left are counterproductive and using an example of, like, the most successful political assassination in global history, in, like, modern history. Probably, maybe even ever. I mean, it literally, the guy barely, but the guy's still, I don't even think he's in jail anymore. Like, he literally got justifiable revenge. But, you know, he could have voted instead, and that would have fixed it.
Shocked. And so that is certainly...
How do I vote for another assassination attempt? Vote for Joe Biden.
Actually, right now, Bob, let's listen to the president.
I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation,
this chat?
based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his
Don't tread on
doctors.
me.
Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope.
I'm talking to Donald, Jack. We live in a world where the Hawk Tuah girl is praised and platformed for glorifying oral sex, and the former Miss Universe is trashed for having a traditional, modest wedding dress. Make it make sense. This. God. They're just liberals, dude. They're literally just liberals. What was Hassan referencing in that tweet? That was literally him, like, referencing the assassination of Shinzo Abe, because Tom Cotton was saying that, like, he literally implied that protesters who block traffic should be killed. He was like, we should throw them off a bridge into a river for blocking traffic in protests, which Brianna Wu doesn't disagree with, really. The dress wasn't the problem. No one even cares about this.
You shouldn't have been standing there.
Thank you for the 50 bits, Flake View. Doohickey. I'm making a video on Hawk Tuah. I'm gonna try to edit it tonight and just post it tomorrow. It's such a, like, such a stupid thing that it's just funny to, like, go over how annoying it is. It's not even a funny video. What's Hulk Tuah? I think it's the new Captain America villain.
But in that statement, condemning the violence, calling it sick,
gaming in a
saying
minute.
it's one of the reasons we have to unite, and the fact that he said from the beginning of that statement that he's trying to speak with Trump tonight was a signal not only to Americans but to the world that at least American political leaders are trying to get in touch and unite tonight in the aftermath of this violence. A few other things to convey here to remind people. We are in Milwaukee ahead of the Republican convention. It is set to begin on Monday with the formal nomination of Trump and his running mate, who we still don't know who that person is. It's supposed to happen Monday afternoon. There are events beginning tomorrow. This is classified already, has been for years, as a top national security event on par with inaugurations, the Super Bowl, the Democratic National Convention, and other big, large events. So there are thousands of federal, state, and local law enforcement here in this city deployed across Wisconsin. As we were flying in this afternoon, there were about a dozen or so law enforcement officers. We never quite determined for which agency, but they were flying in here as a group to deploy in assistance to the Milwaukee Police Department. In the airport, we found dozens of others from other agencies. Some appear to be from Texas, for example. There are about a dozen cities across the country.
Did they pull in FBI? What do you mean by that? Are you asking me if this is staged? I don't think it is. I don't think it's staged. Speak to him, Toothless. Who's shitting hard? It's Trump.
One attempt, at least, to address the heated rhetoric of the moment. The Biden campaign has decided to immediately begin postponing television and digital communication across the country on television, in your social media stream. It may take a few hours or days for it to all filter out. But as of now, the Biden campaign isn't spending any money reaching voters on the air, online, through text messaging.
Yeah, pack it up. Just pack it up. Just don't bring it back. You know what I mean? He's pausing his entire campaign in honor of Donald Trump. Which Donald Trump is not doing. What an honorable guy. I think he said it's just for the weekend. But still, bad, especially when he's trying to recover his image. But it's not bad. I'll say it's not bad if they switch out Biden. Let him wind down. Let him rest. And let people come to him and tell him to step down. What is this? Oh, missed every spot. Dave Rubin.
Assuming it turns out to be true that the sick fuck was an Antifa member, Antifa should be labeled a terrorist organization immediately. That should have happened years ago, actually.
Yeah, how do you become Antifa member? How do you do that? He's so stupid. Assuming it turns out to be true. Yeah, they're always doing that. They're always just assuming terrorists are Antifa when they're not. Yeah, that was non-binary Chaz. He's real. Antifa BuzzFeed quiz. Yeah, that's how you do it. Dude, what the fuck is... Oh my god, it has so many... This is one of the best tweets I've ever seen. Dude, these guys are awful. They're literally like wine moms.
Individuals could be inspired by his actions to copy what he did. So there's that piece of it. There's an investigation to the security failures that resulted in this incident. And then the biggest threat that officials are telling me tonight is in the form of retaliatory violence.
You're taking me to exactly what I've been underscoring and is frankly very concerning in the rhetoric we are seeing at this hour already. We are seeing some Republican lawmakers come out with statements directly drawing a line between the shooter, whose name we do not know. We do not know if he's a lone actor or was somebody else, but drawing some connection to the government. We have nothing to base that on at this hour.
And it's
at
already
this hour,
like gone.
Leading officials within the U.S. government still don't know what transpired. And it is frankly unpatriotic at this moment to be stoking the flames when we know that we are sitting on a cauldron of tensions. We know that
we got this edible that's Rice Krispie treat. The whole thing is 400 milligrams of marshmallow or whatever. The DJ. I've eaten like this many. Like this brick, imagine it like this. I've eaten that much over the last like 4 hours. Now, to scale, it's not that much. It's not that much. To scale, it's this big.
Itan opinions on this. Read the comments URL.
Read the comments? How are you not overzooted? I am.
My village queen.
Weak batch. Could be. I'm just gonna finish this corner though. We had breakfast with Hawk Tua Girl, the national hero we need. Bro said this many.
And we did see some
Looks like
reports there that there was
No,
increased security around Senator J.D. Vance on that short list of potential vice presidential contenders, the junior senator from the state of Ohio as well. But it looked like those were ATF officers who were at his home based on the reporting we had earlier. Why would that happen, Sam?
Well, let me just note, I work very closely with the U.S. Secret Service. They are ideologically agnostic. Their protection mission does not depend on political party. Under U.S. law, they are legally authorized to protect the former president and his family. So any notion that this was politicized in any way, and that's what led to the security failure, I think, of course, will be investigated, but I've seen no evidence of that in my tenure at Homeland Security. The U.S. Secret Service does not currently have a mandate to protect Senator J.D. Vance. He is not the vice presidential nominee. All that will change after the convention when we have a vice president nominated. So there are other law enforcement agencies, both federal, state, and local, that have jurisdiction to enhance security around individuals when the threat environment changes. So at this time, we should understand that there are likely efforts underway to identify whose security may be most at risk in this instance, and law enforcement stepping up its posture in that regard.
You're looking at the screen right now and seeing a statement from J.D. Vance.
Wow.
And he said this isn't an isolated incident.
What did I tell you?
And that the premise of the Biden campaign is that Donald Trump is an authoritarian fascist who must be stopped at all costs.
Boogie Boy's
so
dead.
he is directly, as I think Bob pointed out earlier, he is drawing a line between the rhetoric used on the campaign trail by the Biden campaign to the incident that happened today,
rifle,
perhaps
apparently.
implying there that it was inspiration. Others have tried to draw
J.D. Vance saying that is crazy. I wonder if... I don't think Trump gave him the green light to say that. I'm going to be real. And I don't know if... I don't know. I don't think it matters. But him saying that is crazy.
At the former president and other individuals with an AR-style rifle from 200 to 300 feet away. Our earlier reporting had just been rifle. This is just a bit more detail, and it has the distance of 200 to 300 feet away, presumably from Donald Trump. But we do know it was outside the security perimeter, which is why we had this catastrophic failure of ability to protect. I'm hearing from our control room that our CBS Mornings co-host and colleague, Tony DeCopel, is also joining us now from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Tony, you know, these Republican national conventions, they are often just like the Democratic national convention.
I just wanted to see where they were going with the next story. And they're basically just talking about how the Republican National Convention is going to be covered.
To change. What are you seeing out there,
or how
Tony?
It's going to be secured,
I'm sure
or
people
whatever.
are on edge.
I'm not watching Viral Hawk to a girl is in trouble.
I can tell you that the tenor and the tone has changed, and they changed quickly. What I have for you this evening is a small portrait of our changed America in the form of the reaction from Trump delegates and Republicans landing at Milwaukee International Airport, and right there in front of me, turning their phones on, getting calls from friends, receiving text messages, and learning the news that their candidate had an attempt on his life.
What the fuck is this? 12 Reasons to Book with Me? What does this mean? I wish I could send you some of my tincture, but I doubt you consume random liquid. Yeah, no, I would not. Thanks for the 50 bits. That was really loud.
Get up!
That was not relevant. What the fuck? Oh, they're already selling this? Ugh. Fuck TikTok. Ah. No, they didn't shoot him. That's the problem. True.
Tony DeCopel, we have for our viewers at this hour some eyewitness sound that we want to play for them. This eyewitness was very close to the stage and former President Trump when the shooting began. Let's listen.
I was about 5 feet away from him. Like, I was within, like, sight distance. Like, I was so close. And all of a sudden, I just hear these 4 shots, and everybody's screaming, drop, and you can see the blood, like, splatter on his face, and the Secret Service just barricades him. And, you know, it was just, like, so scary.
Okay, that was one of the eyewitnesses on the...
Okay. I've seen enough. It's time for gay Metal Gear. Otacon. They shot the fucking president. Metal Gear Salad. The game with the least politics. That's right. No politics in Metal Gear Solid, guys.
Brian.
This is before video games had those. Remember that.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
Yo. That was awesome. Pre-woke.
He couldn't have been too impressed with our capital. It looks like shit.
Politics are illegal. It's true. Horny time? Calm down. We need that shower emote. That's me shooting you for being too horny. Colonel. To stop the terrorist nuclear attack, one must deactivate the detonation code or destroy Metal Gear itself. Snake and Meryl head for the underground maintenance base. Meryl is shot by a sniper wolf and is taken hostage, and Snake is also captured. Enduring the torture with Meryl's life on the line, Snake waits for an opportunity to escape the cell. One must become the Sniper Chief. Colonel. Sniper Wolf. She's watching all my TikToks with no credit.
Damn, I caught a cold. That witch. She took my clothes.
He's naked.
Shut up in there, will ya?
No.
Shut up in there, will ya?
Jesus. Show me his boobies. Can you hawk Tua in this game /gen? That is not a /gen question.
Snake, are you okay? I've been better.
How's Meryl?
They've got her.
They got her.
Damn. Snake, the government has decided not to give in to their demands. We're trying to buy some more time. Come on, Colonel. Why don't you stop playing dumb? I'm sorry about Meryl, but I want the lies to end now. What are you talking about? Metal Gear was designed to launch a new type of nuclear warhead, wasn't it? You knew it all along, didn't you?
Why does he have so many abs? He's that buff.
Sorry. Can't tell the grunts, huh?
He's also a super soldier.
Metal Gear, secret advanced
He's a genetically altered super soldier.
Does the White House know about this? How deep does it go? As far as I know, as of yesterday, the president had not been briefed about the Rex project. Need to know basis, is that the idea? These are sensitive times.
Joe Biden didn't even know.
Critical nuclear tests are causing quite a stir. Plausible deniability, huh? Yes. And tomorrow, the president and his Russian counterpart are scheduled to sign the START 3 Accord.
It goes very deep.
I get it. Colonel. That's the reason for the deadline.
That's right, Snake. And that's why we can't let this terrorist attack go public.
We still haven't even ratified START 2
Metal Gear mewing.
or dealt with the issue of TMDs. This has to do with the president's reputation and America's place as the dominant superpower.
So patriotism is your excuse for circumventing the Constitution?
Please, Snake. Just stop them.
Please. Why should I?
Because you're the only one who can.
In that case, tell me the truth about this new type of nuclear warhead.
I told you before. I don't know the details.
I don't believe you.
Circumcising the Constitution.
If the situation
Colonel.
is so serious, why don't you give in to their demands? Let them have Big Boss's remains.
You see?
Or is there some reason that you can't do that? Something you haven't told me about?
Publicly, the president has been very vocal in his opposition to eugenics experiments. We don't want the existence of the Genome Army to go public.
And that's the only reason? Huh. Hell with you.
I'm sorry.
The corpse of the DARPA chief is lying right here next to me.
Not political, by the way.
But it's strange.
At all.
He looks and smells like he's been dead for days. All his blood's been drained out too.
Drained?
Maybe to slow down decomposition?
I have no idea.
But the chief only died a few hours ago, right?
Right, but he's already started to decompose.
What could it all be about?
Something in his blood that they wanted?
I doubt
Vampire.
it.
Not yet.
Just the nanomachines in the transmitter.
Did the chief tell them his detonation code?
I'm afraid so.
Where's Psycho Mantis?
It looks
I
like
killed
they've got
him.
both codes and are nearly ready to launch.
He's dead.
Damn. Is there any way to prevent it?
God, you guys are not going to be able to
There's
handle
some
Metal
type
Gear
of
Solid
emergency
4.
override device that can cancel out the detonation
All
code.
the bosses in
It's a
that game
countermeasure that
are
Arms Tech
beautiful
installed
women.
secretly. You have to unlock it with 3 special card keys.
And where are those keys?
I've got one of them. I don't know where the
R.I.P.
other 2
Mr.
are.
Mantis.
Besides, I'm locked up here.
We've got no choice. Forget about the keys. Your top priority now is to destroy Metal Gear itself. Sorry to have to lay it all in your lap, but you're all I've got. Bust out of there and get to the communications tower. Also...
What?
I know it's asking a lot.
Meryl, right?
Yeah.
I'll save her.
I mean, yeah, I'll save
Thanks.
her. You must go through my 3 security hotels.
Octua 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 octuna octua 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 octuna octua 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 pipi pupu.
That's what was going on in Snake's head that whole time. Octua octua octuna.
Snake, it's showtime. Ocelot wants you.
We gotta do it again, chat. Octuna. Stop making Italian TTS suck penis.
Okay, I'll tell you once more. Press the circle button repeatedly to regain your strength. When you've had enough, press the select button to submit. When your life reaches 0, the game is over. There are no continues, my
Can't
friend.
just say cock.
I fought wars in Afghanistan, Mozambique, Eritrea, and Chad. Among the Mujahideen guerrillas, I was known and feared as Shalashaska. I was trained by the Russian GRU. I am not like one of those KGB slugs.
Shit.
To me, this isn't torture. It's a
Chad.
sport.
You're all just a bunch of sadists.
Don't confuse me with those uniformed fools. Well,
I was trained by Al
shall
Qaeda.
we begin?
Literally.
Okay, here we go.
This is what Jordan Peterson warned us about. Yeah, they're milking him.
You're getting milked, Snake. Milk him.
No! Don't milk me!
How did you like that?
I didn't like it.
Shall we go again? yet?
Fuck.
We're not finished yet.
Sucks. Don't let them milk him. I'm losing too much milk, chat.
Want me to go on? Can you take one more?
Oh, come on. Don't milk me. Come on. Yes. Fuck.
You're a strong man. Well, that's enough for now, I think.
No milk.
We live in a sad age.
The snake gooning epidemic.
Totalitarianism,
You stole no milk from me.
Perestroika. 20th century Russia has had its share of problems, but at least they had an ideology. Russia today has nothing.
Damn.
They're struggling between freedom and order, and with that struggle, a new spirit of nationalism has been born.
The boss has a close friend high up in the Russian government.
Not
He's currently the head of Spetsnaz.
Not political.
He's agreed to purchase this new nuclear weapons system. The Hind was just a down payment.
So you're in this for money?
I don't need money. I want Russia to be reborn, to lead a brave new world order.
Nice. What do you think Snake's opinion on the viral Hawk Tuah meme that is taking the internet by storm would be? Pringle Boy's obsessed with Hawk Tuah. Why did they take his shirt off but not his other clothes? He needs pants.
You okay, Snake?
To milk him.
Yeah. Nothing new to report.
Snake, is there anything I can do?
Yeah. My arm hurts.
Poor Snake.
My arm actually hurts.
I'll increase the level of painkillers in your blood.
Okay, but you can leave out the Benzedrine. That stuff makes me too frisky.
Whoa.
I guess you're not feeling too bad after all. Snake, put the controller up against your arm.
What?
Don't worry, it'll feel good.
What?
Huh?
Okay, here I go.
It's vibrating, chat.
How does that feel, Snake? A little better?
How did you do that?
He did mean
I
horny.
stimulated your muscle fibers with the nanomachine cilia. That's about all I can do for you.
Naomi, please talk to me. Say something to take my mind off the pain.
What can I say?
Anything.
It's a vibrator.
I'm not a very good talker.
Please.
On my arm.
Tell me about yourself.
Myself. That's a tough one.
Any family?
That's not a happy topic for me.
Advanced
I don't
phone
have any
sex.
family. No. Wait. There was a man who said he was my father.
Where is he?
Dead.
Big boss.
By my own hand.
Big boss.
Well,
What? Big boss?
big boss.
I had no idea.
There was no way you could. It happened in Zanzibar 6 years ago. Only Snake and I know the real truth of what happened there.
So,
I have not
Is
done
it
the
true?
gay ending for this game.
was Big Boss really your father?
That's what he said. That's all I know.
And you were able to kill him? Knowing that?
Yep.
How?
Yep. He wanted it. Besides, some people just need killing.
That's patricide.
Yep. That's the trauma the Mantis was talking about. The one we share in common.
Is that why you left Foxhound?
Let's
God,
just say
I
that
really
needed
wish
to
they
be
remade
alone
those
for a
games.
while, and Alaska was the perfect place.
Snake.
Yep.
I didn't have a real family either. Just a big brother who put me through school. We weren't even blood related, and he was much older than me.
Where is he?
He's dead.
I'm sorry.
Snake, is there a woman in your life?
Okay.
After you've been through as many wars
Gay
as
fox.
me, it's hard to trust anyone.
Friends?
Roy Campbell.
You're still calling me friend?
that it?
Anti-horny spray emote? I'll look at it later.
There was another. Frank Yeager.
What?
Big Boss's most trusted lieutenant, and the only member of Foxhound ever to receive the code name Fox. Gray Fox.
Damn.
I learned a lot from him.
But didn't you try to kill each other?
It's true. We did, in Zanzibar. But it was nothing personal. We were just professionals on opposite sides, that's all.
And you still call yourself friends?
Hard to believe. War is no reason to end a friendship.
That's insane.
Why did she mention the fact that they weren't blood related?
He was being held a prisoner.
It is relevant.
But he didn't look like a prisoner to me. He was always so cool and precise. I was still green, and he showed me the ropes.
You knew him well?
No.
Big Boss
we never
back
talked
in the
about our
day.
personal lives. Sort of an unwritten rule. The next time
Yup,
I saw
I
him on the
cloned Big
battlefield, we
Boss.
were enemies. We were fighting barehanded in a minefield.
Twice.
I know it sounds strange to most people.
Second Big
but we were
Boss
just
gets
two
here in a
soldiers
month.
doing our jobs. It's like a sport.
Men in their games. You're like wild animals.
You're right. We are animals.
Damn.
So if you were friends, then how do you explain the ninja's behavior?
I don't know.
It's your genes. They make you predisposed towards violence.
You really like talking about genes, Naomi. Why did you get into genetic research anyway?
Genes.
I never knew who my parents were, or even what they looked like. I guess I got into genetics because I wanted to figure out why I am the way I am.
He is an alpha male.
So you studied about DNA.
Yeah. I thought if I studied my genetic structure, I'd find out who I really was. I thought that by analyzing a person's genetic information, I could retrieve the blank spots in that person's memory.
Memory is stored in DNA?
We're not sure, but we know that a person's genetic fate is determined just by the sequence of the 4 bases in their DNA.
So what about my fate?
Study?
You know my DNA sequence, don't you?
Your fate? I'm
Penis
sorry, I
started
have no idea.
balls.
Of course not. You're a scientist, not a fortune teller.
Destined to goon. He's having diarrhea, chat.
Oh, my stomach. Oh, damn it.
That's the noise I make when I see Meryl. Him too, ironically.
Hey, I'm here.
Where?
Where?
It's me, Otacon. Wow, they even captured you.
Hurry, get me out of here.
Let me go. That hurts.
Hurry up.
His
That how you
boyfriend.
ask a guy a favor? Let me go. Jeez, it's like an animal's cage. Oh, what a smell.
Battle Mode 888. Thank you for the 3 months.
Yeah,
Big
it's
kiss.
the Derpa chief.
You don't hurry up and get me out of here. I'll be laying next to him.
Those bastards. This lock won't open with a security
He
card.
smells.
You need a key like the soldiers carry.
The
So what are
diaper
you doing
chief.
here then?
Yeah.
I thought you might be hungry. If you need more food, I can bring some more later. Also, I got you this level 6 card. It'll get you out of that torture room. Here, take this too.
What's this?
Is that ketchup?
It's a
Yeah.
handkerchief. I got it from Sniper Wolf.
Why?
I don't know why.
He gave me some
She's
ketchup.
nice to me.
Sounds like Stockholm Syndrome to me.
I was taking care of the dogs here. After the terrorists took over, they were planning to shoot all the dogs. But Sniper Wolf stopped them. She even let me feed them when I asked. She likes dogs. She must be a good person. Please don't hurt her.
Wake up, you idiot. She's the one who shot Meryl.
Well, that's all I can do.
They're planning to launch a nuke. I've got to stop them.
Then you have to get past the communications tower.
First, you have to get me out of here.
Come on, I'm trying my best.
That guard's got the key. You'll have to take him out.
Give me a break. I'm no soldier. I can't take anybody out.
You have to.
I'll be killed. Oh, jeez. He's coming back. See you later.
Wait.
Italian tomato-based food condiment. Acquired. Let me out. Shit.
Huh? He's gone!
Get up. Took him out. He's done. Escape. I'm the greatest to ever Metal Gear. How can anyone be horny for this game? I genuinely do not understand. Because it's about men loving men. Clothes acquired. Where did his body go? Gone. Got all my shit back. Let's go. Men loving men and hot women, true. Political yaoi? Yeah. And we love it, don't we, folks? Wait, how do I get out of here? Oh, I should save, you're right.
You caught Snake? Good luck, Snake.
Real brief that time. I literally don't have any chaff grenades. I haven't found any in a long time. Alright, I guess that works. Nice. Colonel, this Metal Gear is solid. Ooh. Man, I could use some chaff grenades. I'm solid. Oh, we're back in the prison area. Nice. He did the box thing. Colonel, I'm Eepy. I'm sleeping in the box. Chat, you'd be thrilled to know that there is one of the games you can have sex in the box. Like, literally. Where am I going? Yeah, we'll get there eventually.
To get to the underground base where Metal Gear is, you'll have to climb the communications tower on the north side of the cave.
I'll look it up. Oh, fuck! Put his snake in the box while in the box. It's the Phantom Pain. Is there a sex cutscene? It just is in the box. 'Cause, 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 But yeah, the box does like rock around and hearts come out of it. Oh shit. I love that Trump's got shot. And fuck! You're still just gaming? Yeah, dude. I'm gaming. No matter what, I'm gaming. God damn it. Yeah, kind of like woohooing in The Sims. They put all this shit out here. Cringe, dude. Go away. Yay, chaff grenades, finally. Fuck! That was my bad.
If you want to be healthy, this is the starter. Drink more water.
Damn. Thanks, Flakeview. I will drink some water. Yeah, we're saving Meryl right now. We're going back for her. Trump now has access to Metal Gear. Damn. She's going home. Will you play The Sims on stream? Maybe eventually. Guy doesn't even see me. He's an idiot. He's an idiot and an asshole. I have to get back to cave. Oh, shit. Okay, this guy's a dickhead. This guy's literally a fucking asshole. Come closer to me. Go away. Go away. Turn around. Bro, okay. He's leaving. Okay, that's fine. Don't even worry. Nice. I'm a god. I'm a stealth god. Is this where I need to be going even, actually? Now that I think about it. Where's the cave? Whoa.
What was that noise?
Nothing. What was that noise? Yeah, mama. Must have been the wind. Go away. Oh. No! I'm out of here.
Tua ok tua ok tua ok tua ok tuna ok tua 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 ok tuna ok tua ok tua ok tua ok tua ok tua pi pipu ok tua ok tua ok tua ok tua ok tuna ok tua 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 ok tuna ok tua ok tua ok tua ok tua ok tua pi pipu.
Come on, grab him! It's so particular! It's literally so annoying! You have to be at like the perfect distance. It works every time. Okay, there might be one more. Fuck! Die. Please. Oh my god, I think we did it. Survived. God Gamer. Yes, okay, now I know where I'm going. I have killed way more people than I wanted to. Medicine. Metal Gear survived.
Snake, get that bomb out of your items. Select the bomb in the equipment window.
I
and
forgot.
press the circle button to throw it away. Hurry, throw it away.
There's a bomb in my items. Oh shit. Scared the shit out of me.
Snake. Ocelot, you'll pay for that.
Planted a fucking bomb on me. He was gonna have me go through TSA. Yeah, I covered the Trump incident right as it happened. It was insane. It was awesome. The worst part is that, you know, they missed. Hell. Goddamn possession. Bullet. Ration. I love the there he is, like they finally got me. He finally fucking caught me. And then I immediately murdered him. My grandparents thought I was joking when I told them about it. Yeah, pretty crazy. Oh. Why aren't you died? Because I'm a god gamer. Thank you for the 100 bits, Battle Mo. Thank you for that. That was really good timing, actually. He's winning because I threw 67k at him, and you're about to hit big. I don't have to deal with the dogs again. God, this game is awesome. It's paced so well, too. On top of it all. They give you so much. A bounty. I don't know if I need to go this way. You're lucky the enemies have 15/15 vision. Yeah, now the dogs are my friends. Now they like me. They forgot that I punched them. That's right. Have him pee on the box? I don't think I can do that. I think you have to hit Meryl, right? And I never did that, so. I'm not only a god gamer, I respect women too. And that's rare. As a combination. If only you didn't falter your option for a piss box. True. Do I need any health? I can, yeah. God, this game is the best. What movies does Snake watch? He doesn't watch movies. He lives them every day. Snakes on a plane. Yeah, that. Yeah, just replay it again for chat. Yeah, that's Gore. Gore of my comfort character. Damn, dude, they got her ass. This is what happened to Donald Trump today. Mr. President!
I can still help.
Fight! Fight!
I want to help you.
Quiet down. Save your strength.
She ain't coming back.
I was a fool. I wanted to be a soldier. But war is ugly. There's nothing glamorous about it. Snake, please save yourself.
Misha Boston,
Go on living and don't give up on people. Don't forget me.
You couldn't have been too impressed with our capital. It looks like shit.
Snake, about Meryl. Colonel, I'm sorry. Listen to me.
L, she
I wasn't
died.
able to protect her.
You sing like an
Snake,
angel. Thank you.
She's a soldier. She knows that prisoners are a part of war. She joined up of her own free will.
What happened to her
I'm
moaning?
sure she was prepared for this.
Meryl got shot.
You're wrong. Meryl thought she had to become a soldier. Thought it was the only way. She said she thought it would bring her closer to her dead father.
She said that?
She wasn't ready for real combat. I shouldn't have pushed her so hard. It's all my fault.
That's not like you, Snake.
Master, what is it?
Sorry for eavesdropping, but I just couldn't listen anymore.
Master.
Snake, you can have regrets if you want to. It's only natural. But you can't keep attacking yourself for things that happened in the past. That road leads to madness. Believe me.
He's right. Don't kick yourself. It doesn't suit a legend like you. I'm sure Meryl's just fine.
Mei Ling.
Snake, forget about Meryl. Stop Liquid. That's what Meryl would want too.
You're right. Meryl would say the same thing.
Snake.
What?
Meryl. She's pretty special to you, huh?
Yes, she's special. There aren't many women like her around.
That's not what I meant.
She's the Colonel's niece and a combat buddy.
Is that all? Come on.
This is like a police interrogation.
No, I
guess it's in the genes.
The genes? What are you talking about, Colonel?
No, I just remembered about Naomi's grandfather. I think Naomi said he rose as high as assistant secretary in the FBI during Edgar Hoover's time.
Is that right?
Yes. Yes, he was Japanese, and he became a special undercover investigator to nab the mafia.
When was that?
Oh, sometime in the 50s, I guess.
Where?
New York, I think.
Naomi, I thought you didn't have any family.
Well, I researched it after I became an adopt.
Isn't that the whole reason she became a geneticist?
About him, I never even had the chance to meet him.
Fiddling around with my genes?
Snake, good luck.
Watch your back, Snake.
Suspicious.
Don't be rude.
Draw poop. Bet she couldn't. If you really think about it, that's pretty suspicious. Toxic yaoi trans. Make it more liquid. You think Meryl will ride on my solid snake? Oh god! Dude, I was literally caught by the fucking gnome! The gnome got me! What the fuck? Don't click that. Do not. Woo. Where's Lex? She's in the other room. She hates Metal Gear Solid. I'm joking. Oh god. My sister loves Metal Gear Solid. Rope? Colonel, I'm getting freaky. Oh shit, I remember this part. Colonel! The genome soldiers are trying to give me head. Oh shit. Oh no. I have so many piss points on the line. Shit. Stop trying to fucking call me. God, this game fucks. Fuck. Damn it. Not now. Son of a bitch.
Just wanted to say I am literally that little scientist man from earlier, and I am in dire need of a snake in my life emoticon triste.
Manifest it with Italian TTS. Everyone, please manifest your dreams with Italian TTS now. Only $5 to do the tip one. And it'll happen, actually. It'll happen in a very Italian way. Damn it. No! Chat. Oh god. L Gamer. Listen. It's been a big day. I'm really hungry and I have to go get some food. I'm a millionaire. Shit. I'm saving. We're gonna pick this up on
China,
Sunday
they say,
service.
Rashness brings success to few, misfortune to many. Snake, go forward when it's safe, but retreat when there's danger. You'll just have to play it by ear depending on the circumstances.
Glad I didn't gamba. Need Meryl. We will get back to Meryl. Sunday service. Tomorrow. It'll be huge. Okay. Listen. Chat. Raid Frogan. Mods. Raid Frogan.
Wow.
Drop poop.
What do you know? Couldn't have been too impressed with our capital.
Go be nice. Go have
Looks
fun.
like
Go be
shit.
normal. Ronan's gonna go pee. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for Sunday service. We'll continue gaming. It'll be huge. Alright. Bye, guys.